is called condemnation changes. We're updating this section to reflect our current condemnation processes. So we're trying to clarify that. And we're also making sure that the owners clearly have the right to appeal a decision of the city. Right now, it's purely an administrative process that we manage internally. So, excuse me. So we're clarifying that if somebody objects to our process, they can appeal it to environmental court. And this is also adding to the IMPC so that we're clarifying that. The next section, we're going to get into what we call substantive amendments. These are amendments that are new practices and procedures that are not part of our current practices. So the first one is chronic nuisance. Now, this is something that we've been advocating for some time. And basically, whenever we have a property, most of these are typically multifamily units where we have repeat code violations, but we also have criminal activity occurring. So that property is unique in the fact that not only does it has a lot of blight, but is also very, very active with criminal activity. So in partnership with MPD, we would then basically cite a property as a chronic nuisance to environmental court. And through that court process, the court can determine what actions the city can take to abate that nuisance specifically because it is more chronic in nature. So we're giving a new tool to the city and to the court to abate or address properties that are more severely problematic for us. And they're more difficult because they also have a lot of criminal activity. So the next couple slides are going to go over this a little bit. So chronic nuisance, by definition, would be any non-owner occupied dwelling. So this is also, again, non-owner occupied rental properties for the most part. That is determined by the environmental court to be a menace to the public health and or safety as identified by the following factors. And I'm not going to read all these for you because this is just basically the legal aspects of it. But you can see there's a very detailed information provided that kind of goes over the four main criteria that we would use or the court would determine and be applied based on any one of these being satisfied. For more importantly, the next slide would be the chronic nuisance process. So code enforcement issues a court summons to the owner based on the nuisance determination. A hearing is held in environmental court, and the final determination is made about whether the property does qualify as a chronic nuisance. If the court finds that the property is a chronic nuisance, the court shall require within 45 days a comprehensive unit by unit inspection and site safety inspections. Obviously, that's very important. After 45 days, the site safety inspector and code enforcement will update the court. The court will determine what other steps the owner need to take. The court then will hold a third hearing 6 months later to determine if the monitoring is needed. And then declaration of the chronic nuisance by environmental court is a bar on transfer of the subject property. So again, we are kind of limiting the property so it doesn't just change hands unnecessarily, so we can continue to manage it effectively and not let it get into a more problematic state just by under new ownership and starting the process again. Chronic nuisance on the next slide, activity caused by guests. If the chronic nuisance activity has been or is being conducted by a guest or a tenant or occupant, then the environmental court shall order the owner of the property manager to place the individual on authorization of agency and bar them from the non-owner occupied dwelling. Obviously, if this is more criminal or more contribution, their specific contribution from that individual or those individuals to the chronic nuisance gives that court the authority to kind of bar that person from the property. And provide the tenant or occupants with written notice that allowing such persons on the premises shall constitute at least a violation for which a tenancy may be terminated. So we're trying to prohibit those individuals from being access to the property at all. And just the last few things are kind of just we can take any questions. So we are now talking about the proposed fee schedule changes. So currently, when we adopted the IMPC, we did incorporate fees that we could add is a basis for charging for actions that we have to take in managing code-related properties with code violations. However, the costs we put in there were not actually justifiable. They were a little too arbitrary. So unless they're legally defensible, the court obviously we can then be subject to the court dismissing those completely because we haven't derived or shown derivatives, directly how we came about those costs. So Ms. Davison, went through a very exhaustive review of our budget and came up with a legally defensible review, and we're modifying the charges And because we have not been able to charge anybody for our code activities because of that, because they weren't legally defensible. So this is a really important aspect of us being able to not only find somebody, but charge them for the cost of services. So this will allow us to also develop a fee schedule that we can modify in the future as needed. So this will also be based on the actual operational cost increases or ordinance changes required to make those, to derive those fees. So if you go to the next slide, the fee schedule changes. So like, for example, for a property inspection or reinspection, there's a fee schedule for residential or commercial. So, and there's examples of what those costs would look like depending on what type of property it is for you to look at. So we're just making a change so that the residential fee, commercial fees are in line with our actual cost of service. And you can see what they currently are, what they will become with this modification and amendments. Again, these are based on our actual cost of services, how long it takes an inspector or inspectors to perform those specific those roles and duties when they do an inspection of the property. The next slide is fee schedule changes. So we're changing our second fee notices. There's a reduction because it doesn't cost us $75 to do a second notice. It's actually closer to $15. Our condemned property fee. We're making, again, a change based on the actual cost of services. So you can see what it would have cost. There would have been almost a $4,000 administrative fee assessed when we did a condemnation, which we could not defend. So now it's based on the number of inspections, the number of times we have to go, and how many times the size of the property if it's commercial. And then the last one is the fee schedule changes. We're making changes again about improper motor vehicle fee. It's going from $100 to $70, for example. A trash and grass abatement fee. This is, again, it was $265. It's now going to $50. Now, these do not include the actual cleanup or mowing cost that owner. There's actually a cumulative cost. So that's just the administrative cost, not any contractor cost. For example, like a trash and grass abatement, if we do place a lien on a property, haven't done it, it's usually right now, it's just based on what it costs us for the contractor. So on average, right now, it's taking us about 3 hours to cut a property, about $80 an hour, $240, but that's all we charge. With this new system, there would be a $50 cost on top of that. Plus, you could also fine them $50 as well per state law. So you could be the fine of $50, our cost of $50, and then the actual cost of service. So you're talking about, in that case, $340 assessed, or including in the citation. And the same thing for emergency board up fee. There's a reduction from $265 to $55. Same scenario for the trash and grass abatement. And then lastly, our failure to pay penalty. Obviously, if someone doesn't pay under the current provisions, you can basically add if there's interest accruing to that. We've decided, though, that there's no need to have a no limit penalty. That kind of negates, I think, ultimately resolving it, because we have examples now where we have interest and penalties of $250,000 on a commercial property, then the property is only worth $50,000. Why in the world are you ever going to get that addressed? So we felt like it'd be more applicable to have a maximum penalty assessed of $250 should they not pay it after 90 days. And then I didn't mention it, but if there's, I do want to clarify that if there's ever a situation where we inspect and there are no violations, then there are no fees charged. So no fee will be imposed where there's no violation found upon inspection. So that provision is clarified as well. So I know there's a lot. We can have. I just know that these are some important changes to our codes. Some of them you are familiar with that has benefits, and then obviously the need to assess fees for our services also important to help us reduce the cost of services provided. And hopefully through that process, we can grow code enforcement because we obviously would like to grow code enforcement, but I'd like to make it more of a cost for services based system, not dependent on revenues from on taxes.
Since you read through it like a true auctioneer, I'm assuming that all members of this body have questions.
Yes, sir.
We will start with the Honorable Councilwoman Diane Johnson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Connect, for your information. Apparently, I missed this yesterday in the email, and I'm just receiving it this morning. Now, to me, this is not the only time this has occurred. Information comes in late, and then they're expecting us to be able to make a decision to go forward or not. I understand that it is an ordinance, so people will have additional time. But by the same token, we need to be following the protocol, meaning this information should be out there on the website in a timely fashion, giving everybody an opportunity to review the information. You have a lot of information here, too, that probably I have a lot of questions for, and I'm sure other people will, too. So on this particular issue, I would like to propose that we move to table this for 2 weeks until not table, I'm sorry, because table's indefinite, I'm sorry. Hold this for a period of time, at least until 2 weeks, to give everybody an opportunity and try to make sure people understand that if you want something to come before this body, we're going to have to start doing it in a more timely fashion. This is just happened to come up today, being that I'm just being presented with a package. But I think that we need to make sure we let the citizen know what's going on, the different organizations. Because, I mean, I guess that's my first thing. I move to hold it. I don't know if I can get a second on that.
So, Councilwoman Johnson, it doesn't appear that anyone in this body will be opposed to the hold. However, I do know that some council members just have questions just burning deep down in the inside.
Okay, let them answer the
and
question.
then if you make that motion.
Because I have some additional questions too. But I'm just saying the process needs to be followed and followed correctly, not just for this one, but other items that often come before us that we don't know about. And this is heavy.
Okay.
This is a lot of information and questions that need to be addressed.
Absolutely agree with you. Let's just make sure that this body keeps that same energy going forward. Connect, I know that you have something that you want to mention, and then we're going to get to the council members in there. Fine questions.
We submitted this last week to staff, and maybe it's my fault for not sending the information directly to each council member, but we will definitely try to do that in the future. I understand there was going to be a lot of questions and maybe a willingness to not push this through, but so I'm glad to come back in 2 weeks and have another in-depth conversation about it. Just glad to have the opportunity to kind of move it forward too.
All right. I know you have your questions in addition to your motion to hold.
Exactly.
Go ahead,
May I continue? Thank you. I'm not certain when you sent it. My understanding, it just arrived yesterday evening sometime.
The copy of the presentation did, ma'am, but the actual amendments and changes were submitted before.
They were not in the package.
The document was in the package. He created the first one.
Where's the document in this package? I constantly went through. I'm looking at it. I mean, if it's my oversight, I don't want to hold it up because if it was available, but I wasn't able to find it in the package.
The actual revisions that Mrs. Davis made were submitted as part of as a typical ordinance change. I just created this for simplicity making that. So yeah, the actual changes and amendments were included previously, ma'am.
I'll get you a copy.
Okay.
You have any additional questions?
Oh, yeah. How will you advise the general public of all these changes that you're making?
Well, I plan to post them on the city's website.
No, there it is.
This presentation will be available on the city's website, and so we can
Is that the only place people will look for it?
Well, generally getting out this kind of information to the media, we can try. I'll talk to Chief Madden about a way to kind of next door.
Proposed changes need to be out in the general public. The city council website is good, but it's a lot of information out there, and you need to know what you're looking for. But people directly affected, and I'm assuming in these cases, it's property owners or rental property.
Yes, ma'am. I will talk to it. We'll use Nextdoor. We'll create an informational handout or notice or a link, and we'll send it out through Nextdoor. And I'll talk to the social media team about how we can use social media as well. print media is obviously complicated, but we can talk about the other different social media platforms such as Nextdoor that we do have a pretty good reach into the community. And so I'll make sure that we post it on the website and get a link so that it can be sent to the community. Because that's a very important point. You're right. We need to explain this.
Okay. Lakivia has brought it to my attention that the information was included in the committee documentation. So that's my fault. So I don't want to hold up this particular ordinance because of my oversight. But the problem is sometimes in the way it's been presented, we didn't know what has been changed or not. It was only through your proposal today you started comparing it, letting us know exactly what changed. So I can withdraw that request for a hold based on the fact it was just my oversight, not that the citizens were not made aware. But I still think that we definitely need some clarity. It needs to be advertised. People need to know, and not just on the city council website.
And I'm glad to come back in 2 weeks and just go through this again, even if it's agreeable to move it forward. I'm agreeable to whatever the will of the body is, obviously. I appreciate your
I think we don't have
interest in this.
enough questions to come back. So we'll see. Thank you, Chair. So I withdraw that request for a hold, okay?
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Next, we have Councilwoman Robinson. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First, I want to thank you for this presentation because it helps us see exactly what we're doing moving forward. But I have a special request for the whole council, is that you spend some time with us just over the however long it takes, and we don't have to do all of it at one time, to just start with each one of those codes and kind of talk us through, because citizens call us every day and we haven't memorized this data. We have things that we're putting out fires every day, and we need to have a better understanding. Something happened in my community yesterday. We have a home for people who have who had a drug addiction. They go to a center, and then they come and live in my community in a house that I thought we had taken care of, that this was a residential area, no more than one family. Now we got 6 different people living in a house again in the community. So we need to better understand our residential codes and what's allowed, what's not allowed, so that council members can think about what things that we believe ought to be changed. We need to walk through the commercial code, so when we see any violations and people talk to us about it, we understand that and we have a better understanding of ground services. So if you just take the time, send your staff, and whose committee is this? Mr. Smiley, will you please allow them to give us an update in each of those areas?
Absolutely, just because you requested.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, yeah, some of those could take a lot of time, so it may be advisable to do like residential at one point, commercial another point, grounds at another point, just for give optimum amount of time. Would that be acceptable? So it'd be like multiple sessions there. Is that agreeable, Councilwoman?
It could take you a whole year. We just need to know.
It could take me a year, yes, ma'am. There's a lot of information to be shared, yes, ma'am. But I appreciate that because obviously, we need your assistance in getting the community aware of all the things that we have to do to ensure that we're addressing property violations, commercial and residential. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Next, we have Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Connect. Good morning, Ms. Davis. First question that I have, is there an equivalent of this? I know this is talking about property maintenance, but that's not just for non-owner occupied property. So is there an equivalent for owner occupied when we talk about the chronic nuisance provisions?
No, sir, because we can deal with the owner directly on that specific property, right? He's living on the property.
Okay.
So that's why it's different. It's when the owner is not residing on the property that it's more of an issue, of a challenge. And whenever the property owner is doing criminal activity, police and public works can tackle him directly. So it's not considered a chronic nuisance in the same way.
Okay. And then the next question that I have is dealing with these fee changes. I understand that we have to have some defensible way of saying we're charging what we're charging, but I'm just looking at particularly if we look at reducing the second notice. Now, is that second notice, does that involve a person actually going out to the facility, or is that just something that's mailed, whatever the case? Because I'm thinking that if we're talking personnel and they're going out there, are we fully recovering what the costs are? If it's a vehicle that has to go out there, there's fuel associated with it, how much that person is paid if they have to make multiple trips. I'm just concerned that we may have some of these reductions, but they're not fully covering what our costs for having that person to go out there, or people to go out there to do so.
Yes, sir. That's a good point. Obviously, it's exterior. It says it's only exterior only, and so they are going to have to visit the property. And on average, it only takes them about 15 minutes to do that inspection. So that's what we factored into it. The average time, the average rate, the average amount of support required, vehicle gas, uniforms, all of that is factored into it. And it's just, so we did is how long does it take on average to do a second notice inspection? And so we couldn't, again, we came up with that it would cost us about $15 to do it on average. As we do more statistical analysis of our numbers in the future, we may have to increase it slightly. But based on our current trends and our current cost, that's what we felt was justifiable.
And we've done that when we talk about the property inspections and re-inspections and everything else that you presented in here.
Yes, sir.
Done that with all of okay.
And obviously, so you have to we're looking at our entire operating budget for code enforcement, the number of inspectors. We did a pretty defensible, legal, and logical approach to it because it wasn't in that form before.
Because when I first look at that, looking at that $15, and there may be other ones that I just don't see it as much of an inducement for corrective action if it's so low. Somebody say, oh, it's just $15. I can collect 10 of those and not have to worry about it. And they just keep collecting them because it is so low. So I just don't want us to have fees that are so low that it doesn't lead to any improved behavior.
Well, 15 plus $50. The fine is 50. So we can fine by state law, and then our administrative cost is 15. So it'd be $65. So right now it'd be 75 plus 50, be 125. So again, we have the right to fine. And add administrative fees on top of it. Okay. So you're talking all these numbers. You could add $50 to every one of them per occurrence per property under state law. Yeah. Okay. So this is just purely the administrative cost of managing the services themselves.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Next, we're going to have the Queen of North Memphis, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, followed by the King of South Memphis, Councilman Ford.
At least I'm in good company. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director and Mrs. Davis. I just had a few questions, and I do agree with Councilwoman Johnson on just holding it to get more information out because I know that we just have a lot of, you're going to have to come back because I know we have a lot of questions about it. But my questions kind of go towards the actual logistics of the labeling and the mnemonic parts. How many violations justify something to be labeled as chronic or a pattern? Like, is there a set number? Is that dependent upon the type of violation? And this takes me back to the example of when you rode around with some of my community members in Fraser talking about a particular person and parcel who definitely would be labeled chronic, but I'm just trying to figure out what's the actual number.
I don't know that we could say that there is. I think that we said, if I think materially greater than average, I think is what we defined it as. So,
what does that mean?
Well, we were trying to be flexible for us because it's going to vary, and we want to have the flexibility if we feel like a property. Again, it's not just code violation; it's criminal activity as well. So it's a combination of those two that will help us make that determination. And we're not going to do it. We're going to present it to the judge. And the judge is going to make a decision. We're going to say we think it's eligible for chronic nuisance based on what we have, and and then present it to the judge, and the judge ultimately will make the decision. He has the sole authority to actually declare it a chronic nuisance, and then to move it to the next phase of higher levels of management by city and or MPD together in partnership.
So is there no way we can, I know you said the judge of environmental court labels it a chronic nuisance, but you bring it to them as, in your words, labeled as a chronic nuisance. Is there no way we can set more clear boundaries on what that is? Just because I know constituents and neighbors are going to be wondering if they're steady calling about this one house or this one unit, and they constantly go to court, and then they constantly get to come back and do the same thing, and they go to court and they come back and do the same thing. Where's the opportunity for reconciliation on that parcel or that individual?
I guess in response, I have a question in response to that is, if a property has criminal activity and is blighted, the community just say it's a blighted property. So let's clarify it as blighted. Is that just justification to make it a chronic nuisance of itself? And I think it's really what does the community want us to do? We're just trying to give us another tool. And we don't have to declare it a chronic nuisance if the owner's trying to abate it. If we feel that the owner's genuinely, not ingenuously, but genuinely trying to correct it, then we could work with the owner. It's typically when owners are non-responsive and continue to leave a property in a poor state and there's criminal activity occurring. But is it that we've been out there more than once? Yes, it'll be more than once, I guarantee you that. It'll be a situation where we have notified the owner, asked them to correct it, and then they're not responsive to that. And then we work NPD. We have NPD communication, and there's criminal activity being reported as well. And so after several attempts, I would say probably 2 or 3 of us trying to abate it, then we would then say, okay, we're declaring this a chronic nuisance, giving the owner notice of that, and then of course they're going to be summoned to the court.
Does it go
wouldn't happen
for
in one time?
Does that go for occupied properties as well, or just blighted properties?
Occupied only in this case.
Okay.
Because vacant properties, we have a whole different tools that we can use for vacant properties. I mean, so this is just more occupied, non-owner occupied rental properties again, where we have chronic issues at. Chronic being obviously a lot more than normal and having a criminal component as well.
Okay.
What's more than normal?
Can you give examples of some of those criminal components that might be? Because I know we have folks listening who just want to make sure they're labeling stuff correctly.
Pepper tree?
I wasn't even asking for examples of places. I was asking for examples of criminal actions.
Pepper tree, Warren Clementine was an example. We actually were able to tackle that differently. That was a prime example of a property that was plagued with both criminal and code violations. So those are the kind of ones that are good examples, the ones that we've just been dealing with an owner of blighted for long periods of time, and there's criminal activity. They're saying they're having problems because of criminal activity. They have excuses for all these things and why they can't resolve it. So we become frustrated to the point, well, we have to address this issue. So the only recourse we have is declare it a chronic nuisance and bring you to the judge and have him help us identify the path forward.
Last question. Is there a way that if the property is nearby or within a certain distance from a school or church or daycare that it can be in a certain bucket to be fixed or abated faster, or is there not anything we can do about that? Because I know a lot of examples of where it may be blighted homes next to high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, that kids cut school and go into these homes and do these criminal activity. And they may not always be observed doing the activity, but it'll be known that kids are cutting there, and who knows what's going on in that blighted property.
Very interesting question. Normally, our codes are meant to be completely independent of all those factors, so they're more justifiable. They're more legally able to legally defend them. So external factors outside the property should not really come into play. We should be focusing on the owner and the condition of the property. The judge since everything ultimately, when it comes to occupied properties, if we can't come to resolution, end up in environmental court, as you may know. So the judge may then have some decisions that he could then factor into that, and we could discuss that. But for the most part, because they're basically codes about property condition, we avoid adding external factors because it complicates the decision process. We try to make it straightforward, simple, focusing on the property itself and the types of violations. And as Ms. Davis was telling me again, and just a clarification, we don't like domestic violence or sexual violence aren't factored into even this. Those are considered criminal activities that would be actionable too. So there's been a lot of thought went into what would be legally defensible for us.
Okay, I would just like to see something that would be able to address that, because that's a safety concern for us and our children, especially if they're doing it in what you would label a chronic nuisance home.
It's a fair point, Councilwoman. And Ms. Davis and I will think about how we can maybe incorporate that or allow for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Issa Thomas, for all of those questions. Councilwoman Logan. Oh, I think it's Councilwoman Logan followed. I'm wrong. Ford, Logan, Warren.
Okay, yeah. Pepper tree, Clementine, do what you have to do. That's been going on for the last 20 years, okay? Especially pepper tree, Clementine, y'all did pretty good. But pepper tree, hey, it's nothing but, hey, young folks want to kill somebody over there. So, hey, don't anybody tell you to come over to pepper tree, don't go, okay? Because they don't mean well. But that's not what I want to ask you about. I got a question. Vehicles, towing. I know the police department is part of it, okay? I need you to check something out for me because this happened. I buried someone. They towed his car. Within 30 days, they sold the car. They said they sent out information to a deceased person that's not at his home anymore because he is deceased. They sold the car that he had, which should not have until they contacted some of his relatives, okay? Sending something to a person's home that the person is deceased, and I don't know why they didn't know he was deceased, because that's why they towed his car, okay? But I'm gonna give you the name, but I want you to go and check on it, because I really want this family compensated for selling their vehicle, because that should not have happened. So I need to get with you on that. And I really don't want that to happen anymore, because they should not have done that, because the deceased person cannot answer to no one, okay?
Yes,
but
sir, it's a good
this
point.
happened, and like I said, within 30-day period of time, okay? Family is very, very upset. I'm trying to make sure they do not sue the city, okay? But I need y'all to compensate them for what had gone on. So I need you to kind of help me along with that, okay? Appreciate you. Thank you.
And we have to bring MPD involved because they manage all the auctions for the city. So that would be a question for them too. But I'll gladly look into it, sir, and we'll let you know.
What we 30 days, and within that period of time, that should not have happened. Plus, the city should have known because, like I said, deceased person cannot answer for himself, okay? And I don't think that was correct. Okay?
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
People have families. They should have kind of reached out and everything else, because that vehicle was moved. And hey, and y'all knew this person was deceased. I don't think it was fair and right, but I'm just trying to make sure they don't sue the city.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I need them compensated for what their loss is, okay, before they do, because then I see our attorney back there. You know, I prefer to give them what the worth of the car instead of giving them $1 million that they can get very easy, okay? Because we will lose that battle, okay? Are you agreeing with me back there? Huh? Yeah, very important to me, okay? Yeah, because I'm just trying to save the city some money, because we can do something else with the money, okay? Understood? Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, and followed by Councilman Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Director Connect. I just had a couple of questions. I wanted to know if all of these upgrades and changes are connected to some phase of the registry, or are we easing into the registry or rules or whatever? Number two, and what the status of that is. And even if you have to bring these answers back when you come back, I would appreciate that. I too would love for you all to come back and spend some time, as my colleagues have said, working in this area with code enforcement for a number of years. There are a number of things that I do think that we need to accomplish. I would like to see accomplished before I leave the council. So as it relates to code enforcement in that whole area. Number two is the time frame between violation orders, inspections, all of that. I've found that there's a long period of time, even, when you check something, you come back and then you write one violation order, you get another violation order. And then even if it has to go to environmental court, then you have all these continuances, or you could have a long period of time. So the community is held hostage in a lot of cases with these blighted properties and criminal properties because of all of the time frames and the different numbers of violation orders and things like that. So I would love to see that some type of study done on that, or some way to look at how that is impacting the communities in the city of Memphis, our neighborhoods, all of the time frames that you have to give in between the different notices, inspections, violation orders, and summons, and then when it gets to the environmental court, that's a whole nother story. Next, when you come back, if you could clearly describe or explain the difference between the commercial code, the county code, what they handle.
Zoning.
Zoning and all of that, and what, as it relates to business and commercial properties in the community, in the city of Memphis, who handles what, whether it's anti-neglect, the county code, commercial, those areas. And the last question is, what recourse do we have, kind of circling back to a previous statement, what recourse do we have for violations that sit in environmental court for years?
So I can answer each one of those, starting with the first question about the rental registry. There's a piece of this, the chronic nuisances was originally included in that concept that we were calling the non-owner occupied dwelling registry. We were planning to present a language to the council about a year and a half ago, I guess, or a year ago, but then state law was changed. And just for clarity, Tennessee Association Realtors approached the state legislators about modifying what's called the Uniform Landlord Tenant Act, ULTA, we call it. And they basically got an agreement from the legislators to modify it that would limit new requirements on landlords by a municipality unless it's thereby granted directly by state law. So there's been a debate legally amongst the city and other professionals about what that really means, since we're home rule. It did basically say county governments, if I recall, or metropolitan, which we are not. We're home rule. So we're going through a pretty legal analysis. I'm actually talking to Mr. Wade about it. We've given him some information. But obviously, Ms. Davis is an attorney, Chief Sink's an attorney. We have multiple people kind of giving an opinion. So we're basically in a holding pattern until we can get a clear determination what rights we have as a city to proceed. If we have to go back to Nashville into legislation and request specific enabling legislation, we're preparing kind of that strategy as well. But for now, we have just been given a basic hold until we can make a legal determination on what we can do and what we can't do. The second question you had, I believe, was about, do you remember? The processes. Oh, the processes take, yes, and how long it takes us to go through this process. Thank you, Chief. So, obviously, our codes are very, says ma'am. It's okay. Yeah. It's
So let me.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of information. So again,
So we're doing a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions from this body. Can we just move the hold and come back 2 weeks with additional questions?
Get with
But
directly.
But because this is an ordinance, can we just have it back in committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep the process rolling.
Yeah.
So we don't need to hold it, we can move it and we'll.
It'll be back. It'll come back.
Right.
and if you have,
Bring it back to committee.
if you want to meet with me and have your questions discussed as well, I'm very welcome to do that. So you just let me know and I'll schedule a time and we'll meet and discuss these and I can bring Mrs. Davis and we can cover the gamut of questions.
Go ahead, John.
I understand the one-on-one concept well, but I think a lot of the questions that we're raising, the general public wants to hear about it. They have these questions that they don't understand. I'm reading the new ordinance, and I'm not certain, are you saying that the tenant is responsible for one set of fees, and then the property owner is responsible for another set of fees, or will it all fall back on the property owner? So, it just gets confusing when I'm reading it. So I think that regrouping, coming back, and having an open discussion would be beneficial to the whole city. And it is a very detailed legal standing, and it seems to me it's not clear cut yet. And there's a lot of judgmental factors that will have to be taken into consideration when implementing these codes. So I just think we want to talk it out and make sure we understand it, to say we're aiming at trying to correct these criminal activities and nuisance problems, but we're going to have to make sure we take the correct steps. And it may be a slow process, but we got to go through it correctly. So
I encourage it, and we'll definitely get this. I'll get this out soon today if I can. We'll get it out to the social media platforms, and I look forward to having these conversations either here or with you one-on-one. I'm totally agreeable to any way.
You've always been, easy accessible, but I think it's a general public question that everybody needs to address. I mean, it's not just because there's a lot of questions just came up today. That's good questions. But I just think the general public needs to be made aware and let them know. And the property owners. I mean, I'm just shocked that some of these property owners haven't contacted us and told us what they thought about it, but they didn't, I guess. See, they'll probably say they didn't know about it, knowing them, but, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. I will like to let our council members know we are extremely behind schedule.
How's it gonna take long?
It's not your fault. It's Councilwoman Issa Thomas's fault. I'm going to. I can say that because she's not here. I'm going to go to Councilwoman Logan, and then. I feel like I'm getting.
I just want to know. You may have already answered this. Did these things?
Hold on, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan was interrupted. I think that's my fault. Councilwoman Logan, Dr. Warren, and then I'm just gonna not look to my left and I'm right, and we're gonna get past this. Sorry, Council, we gotta go.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just want to make certain that because this is such an important issue with the community, we're having so many issues in these areas, in our communities, blighted property, rental property, owner-occupied property that's not being compliant. And I know there are some legal things going on behind the scenes. We're not privy to that information, but yet we're getting the complaints and we're in the community seeing the drive-by, seeing the shootings and the blighted property and the businesses that are being run in the community and the car lots in the neighborhoods. And so these things are very important and they're timeless. So whatever venue that we need to use, or if it's attorney-client, if it's in committee, if it's, one-on-one, I just need to know what we need to do as council, because these things need to be addressed and they need to be explained and discussed, and we need to come to some agreement about how they're going to be handled moving forward, or at least an understanding, because it keeps coming up. That's one of the major things that's happening in our communities right now that constituents are complaining about. So thank you, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you, Director Connect, for the information, and I look forward to you coming back and discussing each area in the code.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like you have your hands full, Director Connect and Attorney Harris. Dr. Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Will these ordinances cover Airbnbs
No, sir.
and Airbnb properties?
Short-term rentals are not, we're not doing anything with short-term rentals at this time. They're
Do
covered
you have
under
a
the current
plan
county
for
ordinances.
that somehow within this framework?
It was included in the original language that we're proposing as part of the grant, the rental registry concept, because there was some concerns. But again, we're holding up on any new action until we get a legal determination on what we can and can't do at this time.
Okay, I think that is something people would also like to see in certain neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a legal mire. Everybody wants to do something. It's unfortunately, we're bound by
Good morning. It's 10:40, and I'm Cheyenne Johnson, Councilwoman for District 8, Position 2. I'm calling to order the Housing and Community Development Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smalley is not here. Dr. Warren.
Here.
And Chair Johnson.
President, can you go back to Councilwoman Logan, please? She's present.
I noted that she was.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two items this morning to discuss. The first one is a resolution to receive and appropriate a Home American Rescue Program funding allocations from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $13,545,982 to the fiscal year 2022 Housing and Community Development federal budget. This applies to District 6, Super District 8, and is sponsored by the administration. There's also a request for same-night minutes. I believe Mrs. Ashley Cash is here to discuss this issue.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Chairwoman Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development. Acquisition and development of non-congregate homeless shelters, meaning homeless shelters that aren't kind of a big room full of beds where people have some privacy and some single units. The way that this funding is deployed, so we have to work through our continuum of care. So we'll work with Community Alliance for the Homeless and other homeless service providers to determine what buckets of funding we want to address, if I'm saying that correctly. So we might want to put 20% here, 30% there, that sort of thing. And then there is a public participation component. So whatever we and that group collectively come up with based on need, we'll put that back out for you all and then also for the general public to kind of weigh in and say that makes sense or it doesn't. And then from there, we can start doing requests for proposals. So that's the process essentially of that funding. And hopefully early part of next year, we can start deploying it. We'll have about 10 years to spend all the funding. Of course, we don't want to start in 10 years, but we will have about 10 years to spend all of the funding. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Warren?
Yes, one of the things we're looking at with our ARPA fund is trying to fund a similar type of homeless shelter up in Raleigh. And I'm wondering, is this money something that we could also use to supplement that particular project that we're wanting to do? And how would we go about making sure we got that to occur?
So yes, that type of development would be eligible. We do have some other funding. Y'all may have heard about our emergency solutions grant funding, and so that funding, you can't do those types of things. So we're excited about this funding where you can do acquisition and physical development of different types of shelters. Would be eligible. It just has to go through. We just have to get through that process of the continuum of care and the public participation. And Dr. Warren, I'd say if we could just stay in communication over the next couple of months so that when we're actually ready to deploy the funds, we've got some good willing partners and projects to use it.
I guess part of what I'm trying to figure out for us, because we're trying to spend our ARPA fund, if this is a source that we can get what Councilwoman Logan wants, that might be something that we move forward. And I don't know if it is or not. So you may have some other questions, Councilwoman Logan. I'll yield back, Ms. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Did you say? Okay. Councilman Jones, please.
Because this does involve something that we've talked about before, I'd like to yield to Councilwoman Logan and hear her question, and you can come back to me.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. And thank you for the presentation, Ms. Cashin. This is a part of, when they asked if we could reduce the number that we were asking for, I was looking to those funds, this part of money, and that was how we reduced it from 4.6 to 3. Using these, anticipating these funds coming to Memphis, as well as there was another pot of money that you mentioned, emergency
solutions.
Right,
Grant.
that is available, or the guidance on that kind of speaks to being able to use it for operations of a facility.
That's
like
right.
that. So those two pots we did pull from. Thank you. We're looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chair, thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Ms. Cash, you indicated that we are allowed to spend this over 10 years, but we're receiving the entire 13 now?
I may have, yes, we are receiving the entire 13 now.
Okay.
And we'll do, so we've talked in-house about either doing letters of interest. So we want to get some really good projects. It's a lot of money, and we want to make sure that the agencies that are applying have the capacity within the time frame. And so we've talked about doing letters of interest or letters of request or an RFQ process. So we're still kind of thinking through that a little bit, what might be the best. We already know of a couple of pretty good projects, and I'm sure people, as they hear this, have others that they would want to use some of this funding for.
Okay, because although we have 10 years suspended, I'm hopeful that we can deploy most of this well before
Yes, absolutely.
2031.
Absolutely.
When we look at our housing situation and our homeless situation, I don't see any need for us to push this out beyond 3-4 years, whatever the case may be. But I'm hopeful that we can have some, and part of this too, I hope that we can have some permanent solutions in place to address this well beyond this current fiscal year or the next. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I have a few questions. Thank all my colleagues for those excellent questions. When will you anticipate having the list of items that you're actually, or projects will you be addressing with those funds?
So I believe what we would anticipate is the program being open between January and February, the early part of next year. And so part of that is having a couple of different conversations with people who've already expressed interest. So for example, like Councilwoman Logan, there are a couple of others around town who over the past couple of months and during the pandemic has just expressed we could do this, if there was funding available. And so really, I guess I would say probably March to April, having having a list of projects, because we'd have to receive applications and then, of course, vet and review them. And so we probably wouldn't be able to come back and say this is exactly what we're funding until probably March or April.
I don't know if anyone's on this council able to answer this question. Would your selection of projects have to come before this body for approval?
It would not. It would not. But we're happy to we're happy to bring what we're considering recommending before you all and get some feedback there.
Okay, we definitely want to know about them because I think we definitely want to encourage you to work with Councilman Logan on her project to make sure that funding is over there and we'll have funds available for other issues that we wanted to address as well.
Okay, sounds good.
Are there any other questions? Having none. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Presentation. Okay, may I have a vote for that resolution and requesting the same night minutes? I need to have someone to move it.
Second. Oh,
Do
okay.
we have a question?
Chairman,
Yes.
I had a question, if I may. I wanted to see if you all could earmark the 1.6 for the project.
So we wouldn't be able to do that just because of the regulations. We have to go through our continuum of care to really see how to use the funds. And so we wouldn't be able to do that. But what I can share is the project meets the goals and objectives of the home funds. It's a high need, and so we're happy to figure out how to make it work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Again, vote. All in favor? Aye. Any objections? The ayes have it, and it will go down with a favorable recommendation. The second item is a resolution appropriating the sum of $2 million funded by the GO bonds chargeable to the fiscal year 2022 capital improvement budget for the South City Project, CIP project number CD 1030, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Again, I think Ms. Cash is here to address it. Let's move to second. Ms. Cash.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And I've got Ms. Ellen Eubank from Memphis Housing Authority here if we have any detailed questions. They're managing the project, and she knows it much closer than I. So what we're requesting today is $2 million for the Choice Neighborhood South City Initiative. This is for phase 5 of the development. It's for public infrastructure and site preparation work. And this phase of the development is 120 units of senior housing. We've completed phases 1 through 3 already, which is about 360 units, and we're leasing up out of those phases the last 29 of those units. Phase 4 is under construction right now, and so we're trying to get the $2 million released for the phase 5 so we can keep the project moving.
Are there any questions? I have a question. Yes. In reference to senior housing, how is the cost of rent for these homes going to be determined?
So these are, the majority of the units are going to be project-based voucher units and designated for those at 50% of area median income. So.
Can I get your name again?
Ellen Eubank.
Okay, address.
I'm with Memphis Housing Authority, 700 Adams Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So can you tell me what your average rent will be for the seniors?
They'll do a rent reasonableness study, but so far we've been able to really accommodate all of the folks that want to come back. We've got priority for the former Foot Homes residents. They've got first choice to come back if they so choose. And so it's, again, the majority of the units in the senior development will be project-based voucher units, and they're aimed for low to very low income folks.
Okay, so what's their average rental rate that you've already implemented?
So I think, Councilwoman, that's a little bit difficult to answer just because it's based on it's based on the income. So
yeah, but you said that you had the averages, or people have already come in and you've been able to accommodate them already. So what's the average of those that you've been accommodating for your seniors?
If we don't, do you know that off the top? So we don't know that off the top of our heads, but we can certainly get that number for you and then share it with the full council.
So what is the average rent outside the seniors that you're renting the apartment for?
So the market rate rents, I think vary from about $800 or $900 on up. But for each phase, they're looking at, they're submitting the proposed rents for the project-based voucher units, and we have to get approval from HUD for those rents. And then, folks are judged, they go through the process of working with our Housing Choice Voucher Department to make sure that they can meet those rents.
Can I get a report exactly on the breakdown of what your rents are, the ones that are receiving some type of supplemental assistance, so we can actually see how the citizens are benefiting from that particular project?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can we get a vote on this item? All in favor? Any in opposition? This resolution will go down.
Good morning, everybody. Today's date is Tuesday, October 19th, 2021. The Budget Committee is called to order. Ms. Hayes, will you please call roll?
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Present. Councilwoman Robinson. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. And Chair Morgan.
Here. Okay, we've got two items on today's agenda. We're a little bit behind schedule, but not too bad today. Agenda item number 1 is a resolution to amend the council FY22 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Can I get a motion? Second. All right, it has been moved by...
Mr. Chair, may I get this with same night minutes, please?
And without objection, can I get a request for same night minutes?
Well, I'd like to hear from it first before we approve.
Sure. Okay. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Councilman Carlisle.
The Works Inc. has been working on a mobile grocery store with a truck that's been retrofitted to do so, and training a CDL driver. They are $30,000 short in their operating budget, and this will make the delta and put a mobile grocery store into play for North and South Memphis, run by the Works Inc., who many of you know their organization. So this helps finish that out.
Okay.
Guys.
I couldn't hear the question from Councilman Easter Tom.
I didn't know that. Yeah, that'd be great. Hey,
Yep. Yep. The floor is going to be yours for just a quick explanation and presentation, or a little bit more info about this. So good to have you in today. And if you just say name and the position for the record, then the floor is yours. Oh, yeah.
The mic, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, good morning. I'm Rashawn Austin, President and CEO of the Works Incorporated. Do I need to give my address?
Actually, it is not part of committee rules, even though it happens. That's more of a requirement for our main meetings. And so, no, please proceed.
All right, so we have been at the Works involved in the grocery business or the food business for a few years, and it grew out of our work as a part of a plan, the South Memphis Revitalization Action Plan. Out of the 9 priorities that neighbors identified, food, access, and security came up across about 4 or 5 of those areas. And so we entered the space with the South Memphis Farmers Market at that time, and we've just celebrated our 11th year of existence. And I think Councilman Ford was involved in that in his previous term on the council. And then his son even at both the council and commission, because it was located in District 6, or it is located in District 6. The community had additional conversations, so we expanded that work to include the grocer at the South Memphis Farmers Market, which has operated since 2013. It's a small grocer, and we also do cooking education, because what we recognize is the health disparities in South Memphis. People were preparing foods as Southerners do, and they were frying them, and there are large health disparities and diet-related disorders in 3106 as it is across zip codes in Memphis. And so we were, I guess I was contacted by the Guardian newspaper out of London, a UK-based newspaper in and I'm losing track of the years because of COVID, but 2019, I think, early in the year, and they wanted to do a mini documentary about our work in food. We also were a part of a blog. Dr. Robinson, who founded the Works, and myself were part of a White House blog under the Obama administration talking about our food work. We received about $1.6 million from the federal government to help us do work around Healthy Food Financing Initiative, with the first loan that we made to the Council Retail Group, which at the time operated 5 Cash Saver stores, but now they operate 3 Cash Saver stores and High Point Grocery, and soon the South Main Grocery. And they're our partner in supplies at this grocer at the South Memphis Farmers Market. Once we did that documentary with the Guardian newspaper, it was just a short documentary, it's 13 minutes, and it really starts to look at not only food, but housing, because we drive through the city and we recognize that the vacancy and blight correlates with the absence of food, healthy food in neighborhoods. And so Kroger Company saw that documentary, and they contacted me in late 19 and asked that I go with them to Louisville to look at something that they had done there. And it was a mobile grocery, which they had borrowed the idea from a food bank out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And of course, Kroger is in the grocery business. They've gone through a lot of changes with supply chain issues throughout 20. They wanted to help us fund that mobile grocery, because I was very interested in the idea for Memphis, particularly in North Memphis neighborhoods that have even more food desert issues than places in South Memphis, because there are miles and miles of North Memphis neighborhoods without grocery stores. And we also, when we went to Louisville, we saw that they were taking these mobile grocery to senior towers. And so I thought about MHA senior towers like Camilla, where seniors don't often have private automobiles, or they're just not able to drive and don't need to be out of their homes, but they still need access to food. And we don't think about seniors when we talk about food security often, or hunger, but 21% of seniors suffer with hunger. We most often think about children, and many of our neighborhoods have a large percentage of senior populations, particularly senior women, because the men have passed on. And so we said, we're going to do this even if Kroger can't do it with us. And so we had a local philanthropy to fund us to buy the actual trailer and the truck that is required to tow the trailer. And my driver just passed his CDLA, which is a shortage of truck drivers, so it's important. I had to go find me someone and train them to be a CDL driver. And so we were scheduled to have this mobile grocery in July, but supply chain issues has held it up. They just text us and said our refrigeration is in. And I wish I had the pictures with me, but it's really a small grocer on wheels. It has a place for dairy, dry goods, produce. So it's like our store, it's just smaller, and it drives around. We can also fulfill groceries. And I wanted to talk briefly about our programs that we already run and we self-fund. They're called SoMe Fresh Savings and SoMe Senior Savings. Low-income people, in order to make their budgets go further, their food budgets, which is a big part of all of our household budgets, we implemented something that we saw AARP do, and we partnered with them on, the SoMe Fresh Savings. It was called AARP Fresh Savings and RX Savings, or prescription savings, where families that receive SNAP or food stamps once they spend $20 on fresh produce, they get another $20 on a reloadable card. We didn't want to limit it to fresh produce because depending on the season, they're not farmers markets in operation. And so part of our cooking education, we teach people about eating freshly frozen and about reading labels. And so eating fruit in its own juice or in water, or vegetables that are prepared or canned more healthy than being in oily or high fructose corn syrup. And so we give them that benefit that way also, just by buying produce. We want to increase their intake of produce. And so we do a 20 for 20 match for people who receive SNAP. And we didn't want to leave seniors out because often they have very small households. And so they don't benefit from SNAP. And so they may have a household of one, and it may be and so we give them a 10 for 10 match. And so if they spend 10, we give them 10. We've been using this at our farmers market and inside of the store, and it has benefited families greatly, so they're able to expand their food budgets. And ideally, once they eat better and take Cooking Matters, which is an evidence-based cooking curriculum, we see changes in their lifestyle. And we have a senior walking club and some other things we do around health and wellness to help people have a better quality of life. And so we start to see results saying that they have a reduction in their medication usage. They have better numbers at their doctors. And so we don't want to just build them housing and then they're homebound or they're in hospice care or in the hospital. We want them to live better lives. And so we do a lot of things, and people will see us doing cycling. So we have a bike fleet that we ride through the neighborhood, the senior walking group. We do yoga in a park we just built. We do hip-hop aerobics. We have concerts. And so we have things that for all users, all ages, but it's all about quality of life in distressed neighborhoods.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from council members? Councilman Easter Thomas?
Thank you, Ms. Austin. What was the total cost of the mobile unit?
The mobile unit, the trailer itself is $202,000. And the truck I'm looking for, so if anybody has a lead on a 450 with a flatbed, we expect it'll be about $75,000 for the truck. And the point of sale equipment will be another $20,000 or so. That's our register and all of those things. And in that trailer, it includes the refrigeration and shelving. And then we'll work out a partnership with the Council Retail Group to back up to one of their docks at their store because they supply us. That doesn't include the cost of the driver nor the cashier or cashiers and the community workers that we will hire to work throughout neighborhoods because we want the community ambassadors to be local to the neighborhoods that we're driving into. We don't know the total cost on employees yet, but it's at least another couple $100,000 a year.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members? Ms. Austin, thank you so much for the work you do. I'm glad you got an opportunity to present. I was very interested to hear that and love what y'all are doing. All right, seeing no other council members, assume you're ready to go to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Pin the chair, the ayes have it. And there's a request for same night minutes. Any objection? Okay, seeing none, this will receive a favorable recommendation. Will be on tonight's agenda. Thank you so much. Agenda item number 2 is a discussion on ARPA guidelines, all council districts. And this was a request of our own budget committee last time we met. Councilman Carlisle and Councilman Ford.
Councilman Carlisle, I have never seen you sit there.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
It's not required, but it certainly works.
It's easier than looking left down the aisle.
Okay, the floor is yours. Again, we're doing pretty good on time right now, but these things always tend to go long. So if people can be brief and direct with their questions, that would be preferred. What have y'all come up with in the last 2 weeks?
Do we have a PowerPoint ready to go?
Floor is yours. Is the mic on?
All right, here we go.
All right.
Before we start, I just want to thank Councilman Carlisle for all the work that he's done the last 2 weeks on this particular item. I just want to say also, we took names off of everything, okay? because we're going to do this as a collaborative, all 13 of us. That's why we took names off of everything. And I think we up with something that we all can live with, okay? But I do want to thank Councilman Carlisle for all his work that he's done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, to begin, I'd like to thank my fellow council members for their due diligence, collaborative spirit, and openness thus far in this process. Anytime we can engage in meaningful dialogue and legislate as a united body, we are faithfully and dutifully fulfilling our obligation to the people of Memphis. Councilman Ford and I are excited to present to you what we feel strongly that our guidelines and proposal best meets the needs of the community and addresses the legislative priorities and philosophies of the council. No one on this body needs reminding of how many hardships the citizens of Memphis face daily. We know ARPA funding could be put to good use a million different ways, but we must land on how to appropriate $20 million. And it's our opinion that targeted funding of initiatives that this body has deemed to be priorities is the most equitable, efficient, and effective way. We've established the following guidelines: COVID-19 mitigation, homelessness, youth initiatives, blight, solid waste, safe and affordable housing, and community development. We've used these guiding principles to craft a proposal that achieves 2 key points. 1, each council member who made a proposal to this body will receive a portion of that available funding. In short, no one's walking away empty-handed. 2, the council will be making targeted, large-scale investments that will make a greater impact over small and scattered investments. With so many worthy initiatives and such passion from all members who presented, it can be difficult to say no. However, it is my and Councilman Ford's view that saying no to some funding is preferable to arguments, ultimatums, and stalemates. This proposal is equitable and focused. I believe it's our best path forward to deliver funding to Memphians and to do so as a united body. We appreciate the opportunity to work on this document and present it to you all this morning. And with that, I'll hand it over to my esteemed colleague, Councilman Ford.
Okay. We ready for presentation? We ready for the presentation?
It's up there. All right.
Okay. We okay. Again, I want to thank Councilman Carlisle. We kind of put everything and everyone on our presentation. Some funds we kind of cut to a certain amount. Everybody, I think we can live with this, okay? Down the road, later on, if we need some other funding for certain different things, I think we'll be able to come back to the table and all. But I just want everybody to we're gonna go over this presentation, and I think everyone will be able to see that, hey, we can work with this 20 million. And right now, we're kind of at 19,750.
We appropriated the $250,000 already to Shot RX, which is the difference of that.
The difference, okay?
So this, thank you, Councilman Ford. So colleagues, if we can go back to the first slide, just to walk through the language of the resolution. So just to boil down what's happening as far as the guidelines, and is basically we're establishing eligibility requirements and creating our guiding principles, which I mentioned earlier, things that we've spent time talking about: solid waste, youth initiatives, education, affordable housing, transportation. Those are our guiding principles. And then on the second page, you have our funding resolution, which lays out a roadmap. So as you're looking through, I'm happy to take any questions. But again, I want to thank all of you for your diligence and the time that you took, and for your staff members that were able to give us feedback. I really believe this sets us on a path for success. And I know for the 2 years that I've been here, as much as I talk, I promise I listen to. And so I hope that this meets a lot of the things that we all ran on and all have discussed, like transportation, affordable housing, people experiencing homelessness, food deserts, and education. One of the things, a proposal that came from Councilman Jones that I'm incredibly excited about is the opportunity to have a $1 million scholarship initiative for Memphis students to go to HBCUs across the nation. I think that's an incredible opportunity. So with that, colleagues, we'll move this item.
Okay, I just want to say a few other little different things. Okay, if you're looking at the sheet, we put stacks in there, Relation Unleashed. Hey, we still got SHOT RX, we got Satellite Hub, Affordable Housing, Habitat, Councilwoman Robinson, we got that in there. I even got your pennies in there, okay? Yeah, that I wasn't too much for, but but everybody gets a piece of the pie, okay? And I think we can kind of deal with this. If you look at the community schools, all of those different things, everything is in here that everybody kind of wanted to do. And I'm asking the colleagues, right along with the colleague right here, hey, if we look at it and let's put this the rest of the day, and if we can get motion and second, try to move it today.
All right. Y'all make the motion and the second? And
I'll second my
okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Ford has motioned and Councilman Carlisle seconded. And I'll say, just from my personal view in this, yeah, there are probably individual items on here that I would maybe vote against, or other items that I would prefer over others. But I think this is some great work, some hard work, and I appreciate y'all's compromise and willingness to take the time and put this together on behalf of the body. And I'm very supportive of the work y'all done and as presented. Without objection, I'm going to change the Memphis Forward Waste Project to the Memphis Food Waste Project. I don't think there's a
that's food. That's fair.
Yeah, there's an overabundance of SUVs just floating around.
Well, we're just so excited about what's going on now.
Other council members will go to Councilman Warren first.
Yes, thank you very much for this. And I was looking at two of the initiatives that I had, Communities and Schools and Equity Prosperity. And I primarily had brought the equity to prosperity thing to us. I was wondering if there was a possibility that we could reverse those numbers, as opposed to $500,000 for equity, to make that $500,000 to communities and schools and $1 million to equity prosperity. If I could do that without objection, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
The sponsors?
That is a friendly amendment.
Yeah. Okay, without objection, that is so amended. Councilman Warren, are you all set?
Good.
All right. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to hear more about the public transportation initiatives.
I thought you might ask about that. And Chief McGowan's here. Mr. Roosevelt's not here, but my intent is Mr. Roosevelt has presented in your committee several things, and I would expect him to come back and present on how this $1.5 million would be spent, and your committee would be voting on how to appropriate those funds to those specific projects.
Okay.
So again, we're trying to set a roadmap, and if he comes back and says, look, it's $1.25 million, then we'll have $250,000 we can reappropriate through this. But this was to set up a roadmap. And as we've heard, Mr. Roosevelt needs every nickel and more. And so there are initiatives that he has and unfortunately was unable to be here today that can meet those needs.
Okay, thank you.
So we had it at 1 million.
Yes, sir.
We took it up 1.5. Yeah, and like I said, we'll be coming back to your committee where we can get with him and see how it's split.
Is that it, Councilman Jones? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Thank you very kindly, and I certainly applaud you all for your hard work and being able to work collaboratively to ensure that the needs of the constituents in the city of Memphis are adhered to. Going back to COVID-19 response, I just wanted to make clear $250,000 was already appropriated to SHOT RX, and you're allowing them to receive the additional $750,000, totaling $1 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Most appreciative.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's very vital, and I appreciate you all seeing the need. And with that said, I just would like a moment of silence as we consider our great leader, Colin Powell, who passed yesterday of COVID. Just a couple of seconds. Thank you very kindly.
And I do want to make one note for the record that I've spoken with Chief McGowan, and I want to thank Councilwoman Robinson for being willing to compromise that of the original $5 million that was allocated for home repair, that Habitat for Humanity will be earmarked as a fiscal agent for additional funding to meet what her original request was.
All right, thank you much. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a general question. Some of these activities, I don't know if they have been worked out in complete detail. So how long will we wait to make the determination if the funds are going to be used up in their totality, or when will we'll be asked to bring them back and reallocate them? Because we definitely need to spend the money before, I think, December 23rd. I understand.
That's a very fair question. And what I've learned about this body is that we are in no shortage of the ability to spend money. But in my career in development, these things do take some time. They take some diligence. And so, I know that for certain initiatives like looking at the Food Desert Initiative and homelessness, that they are working every day on these projects. And so the need is there. And, I'm certain that we as a body and those individuals that are spearheading those projects will continue to come back to the body and update us. And so I think it's just collectively on us to hold each other accountable to these projects and how they're starting to unfold. And I think we can come back, and I'll say this for Councilman Jones, this Transportation Committee, I'll bet Mr. Rosenfeld is here next week. So it's a fair question. I think you just have to give us some time, and we just have to continue to work together and through these projects.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councilman Carlisle and Councilman Ford. I think that this just affords an opportunity for the entire council just to put their stamp in their name on just so much transformational things that can happen in our city. And really, when we look back in a couple of years, be able to be thankful that we spent money on things that matter and that are changing the city. A few questions. Did we in this apportion it for year 1, year 2, year 3, or is that something to be determined later on? Or
that's a very good question. So originally we had, and the administration had as well. I think it will be on a project need, and obviously our tranche. Those are some details that we do need to work out. But I have no doubt that we will make sure that every project that is on this list is funded when it needs to be funded. And we need to work with the finance department to make sure, because I think they're going to have some adjustments to some of their scheduling. And I'm happy to bring that back as soon as humanly possible about when those tranches will take place. But yes, that roadmap needs to be listed out. I didn't honestly want to get into that today because this was the most important thing, but that's a very good question, and we'll get that information back to everybody.
Okay. I asked because some of these, I assume, are going to be on the same logistical track as the grocery initiative to be put in its own fund and then pulled from. So just having us know the availability in case that it's a large portion of the project that had to be done, but we can't do it because we already gave a full check to.
No doubt about it.
X.
We plan to lay out those buckets as well and make sure, again, that we're in coordination. The proposal that we voted on before has some tranches and some flexibility, but you're absolutely right. The 3-year capital outlay has to be known, and project arcs will start small, and then they'll have a big order, and then they'll kind of peter back out, and we have to make sure that we've got the cash on hand for that.
I'd like the chief, Ms. Ford, y'all come up. Y'all have any?
Yes, and as Chief Ford's going up, let's say, just from a cash flow basis, that's something logistically we're going to have to work out because we know the federal government's not giving us all the $161 million in a lump sum payment. It's spread out really kind of over 2 or 3 fiscal years in 2 payments. Chief Ford, the floor is yours to add any commentary.
Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis. Thank you very much for asking me to share this information with you. I think this is a wonderful step for council, some really great initiatives. And I see where we've been designated in our office to determine the eligibility of subrecipients. And I assure you that they will receive the same diligence that the current projects we have with the administration are receiving. We go in and check with them. We ensure that they can comply with the requirements, that they can comply with the subrecipient reporting requirements, which I see you're also asking us to report quarterly. We're also required to report quarterly to the federal government. So those initiatives are very much in alignment. I applaud you, and just with any other initiative, we would come to you if we ran into any issues or we needed further clarification. There is a report requirement that the city is required to file with the federal government. Currently, the 20 million initiative we just have as a council initiative for community enhancements and/or developments. As we break those down into the requirements that you have listed here, we will be reaching out to you for additional information to ensure that we are communicating to the federal government exactly what you intend with these initiatives. But we thank you very much for your collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Easter Thomas, back to you.
Sorry. Thank you, Officer Ford. It's not a question for you, but thank you all for y'all's partnership and collaboration on this. Can we, friendly amendment on this list, can we make sure this says Food Desert Initiative North Memphis? I don't want anybody to get confused.
To the sponsors?
You know who I'm looking at.
Trying to keep it. I got you.
Can we add that though? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so amended.
Everybody here was confused, but I got you.
Nothing like a good understanding.
That's a low post move, putting those elbows out on the North Memphis, no problem. Okay, any other comments or questions from council members?
Add-ons and co-sponsors? You want to add
Yes, thank you. This, I don't think we have a sponsor yet on here, and the reason for that is that all 13 of us need to sponsor this together.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's without objection, we'd like to add it tonight with same 9 minutes.
Yep.
Any objection? No objection. All right, hearing none. And if for some reason you do not want to be a co-sponsor, please coordinate or communicate with staff for when this is the amended for the amended version tonight with same night minutes. All right, seeing no other comments or questions, Councilman Swearingen.
What are your plans for the remaining 250,000?
There is none. So the reason it shows the 20 million is what that reflects is that the 250,000 that's already been voted on and appropriated for Shadow Racks.
Oh, okay.
So this is all appropriated.
So y'all came up perfect.
On the dollar.
About to find out.
Yeah, all right. Okay, seeing no other comments or questions from council member, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
The other 6.
Today is October 19th. It is now 12:50 p.m. Lakivia, will you call the roll?
Members present, Councilwoman Johnson and Chair Robinson.
You have one.
And Councilman Warren, my apologies.
Thank you. We have 3 items on the agenda today. It's an update on the operational efficiencies and infrastructure improvements at MLGW. Item 2 is a presentation on natural gas price increase. And the third item is an update on the Baker-Tilly study. These items do not require any votes. Thank you for your presence today. And President Young, you have the floor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, and we look forward to making the presentation here for Mike. We would like to combine items 1 and 3. Those will be included in the update on operational efficiencies. So that'll be included. So Rod Cleek, our budget and rates manager, will cover that information, and along with Dana Jeans will cover that. Rod Cleek will cover the gas. Item number 2, the gas price increase information. I would like to start with just a brief heads up regarding our budget. I believe Madam Chair, you asked about that a little bit. I want to just give you just a brief overview. Tomorrow, we are planning to present to our board for vote our 2022 budget. And just wanted to give you a few highlights. This is just to give you a few highlights. In 2 weeks, we plan to come to you with the budget for information only, not for a vote, but really for information only in 2 weeks. The 2022 budget maintains our ability to execute our 5-year service improvement plan, which will, of course, help us increase our reliability to our customers. We're seeing results from that already. It roughly is about $1.9 billion in total, and that's capital and O&M overall. We are doing our best to try to hold expenses down. We see roughly a little less than about a 2% growth in O&M expenses, 2022 over 21. So that's something that is in there. And a number of savings that we've been able to achieve, including, you'll hear a little bit today about some of that, including net reduction through attrition, about 53 FTEs. That's in keeping with our commitment that we've had from the Baker-Tilly study. So you'll see that as well in the budget, as well as savings on prescription drugs and other things that we're doing. So we are working on that and looking to get that approved tomorrow with our board. And we'll keep you informed. Certainly you'll get the presentation in 2 weeks. And then subsequent to 2 weeks from now, I believe there are 3 additional council meetings during the year, which we'll be available to have conversations and meet with you as we need to regarding the 2022 budget. Okay. Any other questions on that?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Dana Jeans, and he will give you an update on our operational efficiencies.
Council members, did you have any questions? I said no, but I can't answer for you. Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, and good afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon.
We just wanted to give you a brief update on where we stand on what we call our Way Forward project. This is going back into 2020. This is the report that originally began with our Baker-Tilly report you may recall, and then the efficiencies built into our 5-year plan, our capital plan, are the efficiencies that were part of the funding of that plan. So what you have here on this screen is the what we call our operational dashboard, and I'll just walk through some of these measures quickly, starting from left, moving to right. First one is our labor reductions. We had, pursuant to findings in the Baker-Tilly based on benchmarks with other utilities, determined that we were looking to inactivate about 375 FTEs over the 5-year period, and that was about 75 per year. This is, again, through attrition. No one was getting laid off or anything like that. So this is just a report of where we are so far year to date. Our target was 75. We actually achieved 53. But overall, we're at 155.5, as you can see down the column there. So on a 2-year target, we're just about right there, 150 compared to 155. So we did overachieve a little bit in 2020. That helped us out this year. So we're at about 42% of our targeted positions. The next column is our labor savings, which is related to these reductions. And you can see our target, 7.1 million for 2021. We achieved 1.2 million. And the reason the achievement was so much smaller, we essentially got the majority of these savings and reductions in our budget process. So the savings are really for about 1/4 of the year only, but then they'll be there going forward. Overall, our cumulative target for the 5-year period was 67.2 million in labor reductions. We're about 10.3 million as we are currently. The next column shows our fleet management. This was also an item that was identified by Baker-Tilly in benchmarking a number of vehicles and pieces of equipment. And so our target was to reduce that by 150. We've actually reduced it by 180. And we're well on our way to the cumulative target of 300, having achieved 229 so far. Total operational savings is really a combination of the labor savings, the 67.2 million, for example, for the 5-year period, plus other identified efficiencies. President Young mentioned, for example, the pharmacy savings. We are, through negotiation of a new pharmacy contract for our employees, we are saving about $7 million a year. We've also moved out of a facility that we had been renting and are saving a few $100,000 a year for that. So overall, the cumulative target, 91.7, and we're about at almost 19 million. And we'll continue to grow that as time goes by. Position refill rate, the next column, is essentially what we're really saying there is, for practical purposes, for every 3 positions that may come vacant, we would really only try to fill no more than 2 of those positions. This, of course, is in tension, in a sense, with getting work done that we'll see our capital plan. So we're trying to balance reduction of positions through attrition with the need for filling positions and getting work done. So we're trailing a little bit there, but I think we're still in a good spot. Our procurement timeline is essentially how long it takes us to get contracts and purchases awarded from beginning of the process all the way until notice to proceed. So we are making progress there in trying to shorten that time. And we do have some other efficiencies that I'll talk about in a few minutes designed to shorten that time period as well. Inventory efficiency, we have a target of turnover, which is basically our annual inventory use divided by the average inventory. One of the things that is constraining us making this goal in a stronger way is, of course, the supply chain issues that are going on right now. Lead time for materials that we buy has increased, and therefore, for safety stock purposes, make sure we have the materials to meet our customers' needs, our inventory has gone up some. But again, that is balancing what we need to do in the management of the business. Then finally, on this page, the far right is the procurement bids. Our target is to get 3 bids per contract request, and we're close to achieving that target, about 2.65 there. So that is kind of a summary of some of the operational efficiencies. The next slide shows some of our key projects that have been identified in our Way Forward 5-year capital plan. Of course, the first one is tree trimming, which is not a capital project, but it is an operation and maintenance expense, but a critical one in the electric division. Our target is to trim 1,400 miles of line per year. We are not achieving that goal currently. We've done about 421. This has been a problem with labor in our contracted tree trimming crews. We have 2 different contractors, both of which have some difficulty in staffing and keeping staff, and that's been the biggest challenge we've had so far on that. But we're continuing to work with each of those contractors to get additional crews in and improve the performance there. Wood pole replacement, this is essentially defective poles around the city and the county that need to be replaced. This is being done a combination of our own workforces as well as contract crews. A few months ago, we brought forth a contract for an overhead contractor, Davis Elliott, and they have come on board and have been helping us achieve this goal. So we're in a comfortable place, I think, there with about 90% of the targeted poles replaced. Distribution automation, a key part of our 5-year capital plan. This involves facilities and equipment that are designed to restore power automatically, switch around faults without requiring human intervention. The goal being to restore power to as many people as possible in the shortest amount of time when there is an outage. So this involves installation of equipment throughout the system on our distribution. This involves design work from our engineering staff as well as installation from our construction staff. So we are started out a little bit slow, but we picked the pace up and I think are on a pretty good pace to handle that work. Substation breakers, we are targeting 12 for 2021. We're about 7 now, but we do intend to catch up all the rest of the units by the end of the year. Similarly, substation transformer replacements, we are actually ahead of our target in that regard. Underground cable replacements, again, this is an area where customers encounter outages because of cable faults, and so we are replacing underground cable as needed. We did also execute a contract, which this council approved a few months ago, or last month, I guess, with a contractor to help us on that. So this, again, is an effort that's being done by both MLGW crews and outside contractors. The next slide is our gas division. Many of these items are related to regulatory requirements. The first one is our cast iron project. This project has actually been going on. It's a regulatory project that requires us to replace the cast iron pipe in our system. Project's been going on for about 30 years. This is the time that we had allocated by the regulatory body to get this work done. We're down to the very, very last part of it, and we anticipate, even though it's showing 0 completion, All the design work is done, and we're anticipating having that construction completed also by the end of the year. Steel tap replacements is another regulatory item. This is, again, related to the possibility of leaks and that sort of thing. So we are replacing those. We've achieved about 450 units out of 575 target for this year. So we are on track to get our goal met. And then a couple of the other items are just our gas extra high pressure pipelines. Some of these are unique jobs that have some complications with right-of-way, and sometimes there are railroad crossings and things like that involved in it that tend to slow these down. And then finally, our regulator stations, we had a goal of replacing 2. We've done 1. I'm not sure how that math exactly works out in this case, but it seems like we ought to be at 50%, but I'll blame Rod for the math there. But anyway, we anticipate being finished by the end of the year on that as well. Then our water division. So we have several items here, production wells. So you can see we had a target of 2 production wells, and we've actually achieved 5. So you might say, well, how was that possible? Well, we did have some wells that were close to completion, and they were relatively easy to bring online. For example, they may have been drilled and everything waiting for just our electric hookup. So some of those were achieved and got us into pretty good shape on our wells. This will certainly help us if we have a repeat event of what happened last February in terms of maintaining pressure and keeping the reservoirs filled and so on. Station rehabilitation, I've got another slide. I'll wait till that slide to talk about that, but that's a fairly significant amount of effort in our pumping stations. Lead service line replacements, we're doing pretty well on achieving that goal, hitting 85% of our target. Digital process controls, we have contracts in place for vendors to help us do that. These are the controls that essentially operate the processes within the pumping station. Filter media, this is a McCord pumping station. We've got that completed. We have variable frequency drives. These are drives that go on our pumps that pump the water out into the system that allow control and variation in pressure. So we're working our way, getting some contracts on 2 of these pumping stations now. Mallory Washwater Recovery Basin, this one is been steady work for some time now, and we're approaching completion there. And the next slide just gives a little bit more detail on the pumping station rehabilitation project. Some of our pumping station buildings are approaching 100 years old, and so some of the work is involved in the station condition itself, the buildings and so on. Some of it is additional work in terms of modeling our system. We have a consulting engineer on board that helps us to be able to update our models so that we can be more predictive in what could happen to our system, and then how to address problems such as the issues we had back in February. And I won't read through all of these, but the Allen and Shaw condition assessments, those Allen in particular is one of our older pumping stations, but it is one of our key pumping stations as well, to determine the best way to mitigate issues there structurally and otherwise. So I'll move on from there. This just shows some of our year-to-date spending by division and in total compared to our plan. In general, we are trailing our plan, but we have achieved about 74% of the spending. We have been impacted, as many other businesses have been, by the pandemic. labor shortage, difficulty of getting materials, supplies, contractors, and various things. But in spite of that, I think we've made reasonable progress and are continuing to push forward to achieve all of these goals. A few other items that were identified as part of the Baker-Tilly study, one of which was information technology related. We have instituted what we call the ITOC committee, or the Information Technology Oversight Committee, which is comprised of several of the senior officials in MLGW and the IS staff. And the purpose of that committee is really to help us identify strategically projects that are that need to be worked on and to help prioritize the order that we work on particular projects. It really kind of formalizes our system of work. Each project will get a project charter where everyone agrees on what the scope of the work is, which kind of keeps things in the middle of the road without getting off course or scope creep and so on. So we also are developing an IT strategic plan. That's nearing completion, so we should have that finished, I think, next month. In the area of procurement, we are also working to streamline our our contracting process. Excuse me. When we implemented our Oracle system a few years ago, the contracts process was not part of that. So we are bringing that into play. That should gain us some efficiencies in terms of tracking the flow of contracts, particularly what's going on, where is a contract in the flow of work. We're also considering options for raising contract and purchase order thresholds. We have discussed this with our board a few months ago, and we will likely be bringing something to this body in the near future. And the big goal there is just to be able to be more efficient in our procurement. And one of the problems we run into, for example, because of the time it takes to go through the bid process, through the board process, through the council, is sometimes vendors, particularly in the environment we're in now, can't hold their prices for that long of a period. So just looking for some opportunities to hopefully streamline that and make it flow smoother. And at this point, I'm going to give it back to JT for Corn Ferry.
Yeah, let me just give you a brief overview too. We engaged, actually last year, we engaged Corn Ferry to help us with a salary review and to look at all our positions. And with me today, of course, is some of you may have met, is Jackie Jones. She's our Vice President, Chief People Officer, who picked this up when she came in. It was, began before she got here. Von Goodlow and team got it kicked off, but really she and her team are to be commended as well for carrying it through to completion. So that salary review has been essentially completed, although there are still some employee communications going on and updates being made even to some of the information. The bottom line, though, is from this review, Corn Ferry determined that, when we did the Baker-Tilly study, you might remember back in 2019, they did not do a deep dive around they looked at our compensation and they basically said that from a perspective of where you are, it looks fine, but they didn't do a deep dive. So Corn Ferry actually has done a deep dive. And they determined that our job sizes and pay are appropriate. They did a correlation. The regression analysis that they did indicated about an 85% correlation between job size and pay, which is a good thing. You want to see that those two things are highly correlated. We were able, through this process, to reduce our salary grades from 160 down to 24. This is, again, in the interest of trying to become more efficient, be able to execute a little quicker on doing things, and reducing job titles by 30%. Again, this is really an internal process. Don't want to go into the weeds too much, but the bottom line is this is helping us to be, and really in particular Jackie's team, as she serves our 2,500 employees, to be a lot more efficient Also wanting to better align pay with results. So making sure that we are considering what is the outcome of our efforts and how are we doing as we look at pay. Automating job descriptions and evaluations is another outcome from this review that I think is going to be helpful. We did find in this study that the majority of our employees are actually paid at or above market, which market from their perspective is plus or minus 5% of what's called midpoint. And this is really not uncommon, if you will, when you think about the tenure and experience. We want to have a tenured and need to have a tenured workforce, especially around skilled services. And so that's not necessarily unexpected. We do have some employees that it was deemed that they are below market. And so we have some plans in place to try to make some adjustments to that over time through some equity adjustments without negatively affecting those folks that are above market. So we've got a plan that we're working on to move us, in that direction. But overall, what we saw from this review is that our employees our job size and pay is appropriate, and that our employees are essentially paid appropriately, and comparatively speaking, they're paid, for the most part in line with where we would see or expect to see for the skills that they produce. We are a relatively low turnover environment, and so we don't see employees, coming in and leaving, as maybe some other industries see that. So I just wanted to make sure everyone had an overview of that as well, and I'll turn it back over to Dana to wrap us up.
Okay, well, just in summary, in the 2022 budget process, which you'll hear more about when we come to the committee in a couple of weeks, we did achieve 53 position full-time equivalent reductions. A little short of our goal, but when you put the 2 years together, we're right on target. As far as our infrastructure improvement plans, we are making progress. We do have challenges in tree trimming that we're continuing to work on with contractors, but we do have achieved contracts in both the overhead and underground areas. That's going to help us in some of the cable faults, pole replacements, et cetera, for increasing our electrical reliability. Gas division, again, most of this work is a regulatory nature, and we are winding up that cast iron project. Water division, quite a bit of activity there, but we are ahead of schedule on wells, which should help us again if we have another event like we had last winter with the really cold weather. And we're progressing along with our consulting engineer in the determining the best means of rehabilitating our stations. So that concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to try to answer any questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We have questions, 3 council members in this order: Morgan, Carlisle, and Logan.
Thank you very much. We can go back to slide number 2. A lot of my questions are going to originate from there. In that first column on labor reductions, where do we anticipate the remaining 220 positions will come from as we look at our workforce and as we expect people to retire or to attrition out? Where do we expect that to come from? And then side note, how many meter readers do we have left?
Go with the first question.
Okay. So I'll answer the first one. So we have typically in a normal year, we have about 100 retirements or so. We have other people leave the company for various reasons. So our intention is whenever a position becomes vacant, we want to look at that position and determine, do we need to refill that position? Can we inactivate it? Or do we need to repurpose it to something different? Which in the case of like the meter reading positions, a great many of those have been activated as people moved out of those positions. And so they are part of the harvest of positions reductions. In some cases, they have been repurposed to other positions. So I remember that we've taken a few meter readers and reclassified them to construction crews.
Yeah, we can keep the individuals within the company, but those positions, that just needs to go to zero. I think it was this body that made a poor decision a little over 5 years ago in requesting that we have some sort of mix of analog meters and smart meters. And it's just, the science hadn't borne out that that was a good decision. It has not caused the problems that many feared were going to be caused. And when we're talking about efficiencies, that's just a position that is
I think
kind of gone the way of the milkman, so to speak. It just doesn't exist in a modern society anymore.
We originally started out with over 100 meter readers, and now we are down to only 17 meter reading decisions.
Okay, thank you. Next question is along the lines of procurement. And I've sat in on some of your board meetings and heard their expressed, angst over the length of a procurement process and the number of bidders we get. And to today, I didn't know it was actually this long, that we're averaging 300 days on a procurement. Our goal is 215. I just didn't know it was that long. I get that the city council process slows it down a bit, but that's still going to be a fraction of the overall, reduction that we're aiming for. And I'd be supportive of y'all in looking at how we can change the city council process. I think in my time, we've had over 1,000 MLGW contracts come through here. 4 or 5 of them have been questioned publicly, and only one of them was rescinded or voted down that I can recall. And then that was later approved several months later. So I'd be in favor of trying to speed things up through the city council process, but y'all have, even at 215, I think is an exaggerated number, and maybe I don't know all the ins and outs of procurement process or why it's different than the city of Memphis, but we have got to speed that up, and I imagine a lot of it is internal. And if we do that, we're going to get more bids, because then people are going to be more willing to participate in our system, especially the small businesses that can't have that kind of uncertainty of a large contract of whether they'll be able to get it or not. So I think y'all know that. I would just encourage the same thing that y'all been hearing from the board. We've got to speed that up. And if city council is part of the problem, let's have that discussion here and publicly.
And particularly in the contracts area, we did have a period of time where we were working basically at half staff, and we have solved that problem. So we have a full staff of people that are essentially fully trained. So we see this heading in the right direction. I mentioned too the trying to automate some of the processes that have been more of a manual process. So we are working on that as well.
Yeah. And it's not like there are that many bids to evaluate when we do get them back. So that's not what's slowing it down. That would be a good problem. Mm-hmm. On the tree trimming contracts, I know we approved an over $30 million contract last year for tree trimming. What percent of tree trimming is internal versus external contracted work? Or is it all external?
All external.
Okay. And we're having difficulty with you said for security reasons, and being able to, the contractors to be able to maintain kind of, what do you mean by security reasons? Just because they're working on utility, which has a different classification, or is there something else that's going on?
So it's a couple of problems. One is just pure staffing level, just getting enough workers. Most of these are immigrant workers, just the nature of the type of work and the difficulty of it. But we have had some of the tree trimming contractor crews robbed at gunpoint while they're out on the
Okay, that kind of security. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, not Homeland Security in terms of working on utility companies. Okay, and infrastructure. Do we have any recourse? I mean, that's a major contract. Do we have any recourse to recoup some of the funds that we paid for? They have not delivered the service that they said they were going to deliver.
Well, we haven't. So basically, we pay as they work. So essentially, in fact, I approved some this morning that where work was done. So we do set up the contract for a period of time, but essentially they trim, we verify, then we pay an invoice. And do you want to add anything, Nick? Nick Newman, many of you know Nick Newman's vice president of our engineering operations, in his area oversees this process. So.
Yeah, so we are having one trouble with one of our contractors.
in particular. So we are trying to increase staffing of our other contractor to keep our levels so we can trim the mileage. But we are having trouble keeping the contract crews here due to robberies. We've had over 15, I believe, this year of these folks being robbed. And so when they get robbed, they want to leave. So we are trying to. I was a catcher in high school. My knees about had it. I'll be honest with you. But yeah, that is an issue that we have. We are trying to switch around and get some additional contract crews in here.
We've had 15 tree trimming crews robbed on the job this year.
At least.
More, maybe more.
This is a problem all over town for all tree services. That's what it does about it.
And it's not just their personal belongings. Is it equipment on the trucks? What's the value?
All of the above.
It goes from just grabbing the saws off the truck to actually robbing them, taking their backpacks where it has all their credentials for being in the country and for their opportunity to work here. So they lose all that. So it's all extreme. Some are at gunpoint, some are just snatch and grab.
Okay, thank you. That's awful. All my questions for now. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Carlisle, then Logan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Yeah, that's terrible to have to hear. Anecdotally, I'm hearing about it, not just tree trimming crews, but lawn care, et cetera. It really is an awful situation. I'm going to talk about some of the HDR, and then I really want to spend most of the time talking about Baker Tilly. On poles, as well as tree trimming, but poles, if I recall, part of our issue is we have an IBU contract, and what percentage of the work has to be in-house versus can be contracted out. Is that an accurate statement, generally speaking?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to, I may be picking a fight here because we're going to deal with some of the same issues, I think probably with solid waste, which is, I understand that people want to be cognizant of our MOUs and our relationship with labor, but at the end of the day, people are paying bills and they're expecting us to deliver services, and that's throughout the city. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is that we're going to consistently fall behind because we're in this, what's mine is mine and what's yours is yours versus we're here to deliver for paying customers. So can we talk a little bit about where we are in those conversations and how we as a body can support you in an organization just getting the job done?
Nick, you want to try to address especially on poles, right?
I guess poles really the issue because you just said everything else is external.
We're doing, I think we're doing pretty well on pole replacement. But
We'll make that go pretty easy this year.
yeah, we're at 90% on that.
Okay.
But we will use those resources on distribution automation and some other work that we have. So we did a recent agreement with our union for that contract. So that one worked out well. We also, the agreement for the underground contract, we worked out with IBW as well. They worked with us on both those contracts to get those. So
perfect.
Those went well.
Okay, good. Because last time we had met, I know that there were some things up in the air. Procurement, I agree with Councilman Morgan. I've said this before. We talked about it. I think we probably need to increase. Now, I know we do. We need to increase the threshold. I'm interested to see what the Board of Commissioners comes back with as their recommendation. There's not an organization of your size. But by the way, 45 days, what do you think you do in procurement a year in dollars? I mean, what's a dollar amount? I mean, we're talking $500 million? Yeah, 45 days on $500 million is significant. Not to mention the inventory management that we go through in order to it's not lean, it's not Six Sigma to have the amount of equipment we have sitting around in warehouses because we over-order because our procurement takes so long that the law of unintended consequences is that they order ahead on things just to hold them in their inventory because they don't have the ability to go out and rapidly procure them as needed on an as-needed basis. Right, exactly. So we've got to do our part, I think. So that's really it on kind of the big operation side. So I want to dive into a couple things specific to the report. You mentioned the IT strategy, which you talked about last time. My question is who is ultimately responsible for the IT strategy? Is it JT as the chief executive officer, or do we have a chief information officer that the buck stops there reporting to the CEO?
Yeah, we do have a chief information officer. That's Lachelle Vaughn, who actually reports to Dana's organization as senior vice president and chief administrative officer and CFO. So we do have a CIO, and she basically has the responsibility to run the IT organization at MLGW.
Great, perfect. All right. And then one of the last things before I hop into Jackie's world was, was builder services. Because I've seen this firsthand in my world, was the large volume of phone calls. MLGW should consider developing an online new construction application portal. Have we accomplished that?
We have.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. And then, Jackie, this is probably going to come more to you, talking about workers' comp and the HR management systems. I agree that tenure, institutional knowledge is a productive thing as long as cross-training, cross-utilization, and those functions are occurring. Often people operate in silos for whatever reason, whether it's job protection, no one's taught them how to be a mentor and train. I know that we talked about this when you first came on board and you spent some time. So I'm curious to know how you're balancing making sure you're taking care of your people and that they've got opportunity to move up the ladder while bench strength is being built in order to deliver effective customer facing, whether it's residential or commercial and internal operations, to make us a 21st century organization more nimble. How's that coming along?
Got it. So great question. Couple things that we're doing from a training and development standpoint. So we're putting certainly a lot more effort into our training and development program with the HPPD department. It's the OD, or the department that's responsible for training and development. We've got a foreman development program. We've got a supervisor development program. We've got a kind of a leadership development program for customer care as well. So we've amped those up, definitely have increased the number of employees that are going through those programs. We're looking more and doing more from a internship or recruiting program standpoint. We haven't been as focused or diligent in that area over the past few years as I would like for us to be. So we're certainly working on developing stronger relationship with some of the universities so we can bring in some talent, get the internship program back up and going across the organization, and looking to convert some of that talent into some of the positions also.
Awesome. And I'd love to, we've got limited time here, so I'd love to learn more about that, just because, again, I don't know about my colleagues. I get so many questions, whether they're fair or unfair, about MLGW. And one of the things that I found out in my time here is just being educated and being able to respond to those is the best thing, for us as council members. So I'd love to learn a little bit more about those. I appreciate following through and getting the comp study done. That's one of the things, JT, you and I spent a lot of time talking about when we first came in. People should be paid appropriately and competitively. We want to hire great people. We want to train great people. One of the things, I'd like to see it, get a copy of it. One of the things I would be curious to know if they took into consideration outside of the salary is the total benefits package. When you look at our vesting schedule, it's pretty... You wouldn't see that at most private electric companies. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't think. Again, I'm not an expert in the field, so I'm open to learning about it. But a 10-year vesting schedule or 15-year vesting schedule with that kind of benefits package, I'm just curious, because I know that the next time we talk about, or if the time comes while I'm here, some sort of rate increase, to talk about some other initiative, one of the very first questions we're probably going to get from I know that I'll get is, where are they on benefit reform to match something like the city's doing, and is it necessary or is it not? So I'm just curious to learn a little bit more about that and how that was taken into consideration from Korn Ferry.
So from a Korn Ferry perspective, what we looked at was the cash part as far as total rewards. So benefits, pension, those elements of total rewards, we didn't look at all. This was strictly looking at cash and not the
and I might add too, just to be, when we did, you may remember on the Baker Tilly study, we actually asked them to do a bit of a benchmark from a benefit standpoint, and what they came back with is, and it was high level, but what they came back with was when they looked at our benefits, which is roughly around 36%, that was in line, that was not an outlier. And I can assure you that there are some private utilities, I could name them, but I won't, that are even higher.
Yeah, I like to learn about that stuff. Yeah. I'd be curious to know kind of who they offline and learn more about it. It's an industry that I don't know as much as I'd like to. Thank you for the work that you've done. It's exciting every time we get to hear you guys come back, especially on the infrastructure as it relates to people day to day here in Memphis. And I understand that when you've got an organization of this size that's been doing things a certain way for a long period of time, as you start to make changes, nothing about that is ever easy, even if all the intentions are in the right spot. So again, I appreciate it, and thanks for the update, and Chairwoman, thanks for the time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, JC. And I know you've touched on this, but I didn't hear the specific thing that I needed to, or am looking for. As it relates to the labor shortage and the labor issues, is there like a threshold that you would consider crisis of not having enough employees to do critical things like tree trimming, considering the issues that we have here because we have so many trees, and as we enter into the winter time and the limbs breaking, that's one thing. Is there a threshold? The second, well, it kind of goes together. Part B is there a disaster preparedness plan? And if so, where can we find it, or can you all come back and share it? And what's the plan B for that? The last thing is about the procurement process. I had several small businesses, MWBE businesses, call about the process and how if they were allowed to or encouraged to partner with other small businesses that do the same thing so they can get the larger contracts, that more MWBE businesses would be awarded the contracts. Can you speak to that, or how that works, or if that's the case, or if that's allowed, or is that a practice that we do or encourage?
So maybe out of order, but we do have a disaster plan, and actually Nick Newman is kind of heads that up. Of course, we have to deal with those a lot, and so we could certainly make that available. That's not a problem. Your first question had to do with critical point around staffing. I thought that's what I heard you say. And so as it pertains to tree trimming, as we mentioned earlier, that is 100% outsourced, and that's typical for all utilities, generally speaking, when it comes to the kind of tree trimming we do. When you're talking about trimming around major power lines, that's really not something that utilities do in-house. So we have generally been, and again, utilities generally are engaged with contractors to do that type of work. I will tell you, and I don't know that we expressly said this, but as we go through this process, as you know, 2019 seems like an eon ago when we had the Baker Tilly study done. And we shared this with our board, that we are probably needing to recalibrate during 2022 to ensure, maybe to the point you were making with your first question, to ensure that we are actually appropriately addressing the needs of our customers with the staffing that we need. So we are not 100% married to that particular number. We want to use that continually as our target, but I will tell you that we are considering what is it going to take to balance the needs that we now see before us, the certain environment in which we're in, and still meeting the target that we have for the reduction in cost, because that cost reduction, if you will remember, the $91.7 million reduction from efficiencies is baked into our 5-year plan as it pertains to rates we're charging our customers. So we still got to get there. We just got to figure out how to get there best. But we are continuing to evaluate from a staffing perspective. I know that many of you have heard we've had challenges, and if Jim is still here, so he could probably speak better to this than I can, but we are seeing challenges in our call center, making sure that we have enough availability for folks to be able to engage with us on things that they need. Those are priorities. And so we're going to need to do whatever we need to do to make sure we serve our customers in the right way. So that's going to happen. And I will tell you that I will not let a specific numerical target keep us from making sure we're doing the right things for our customers. So that part, I'll say, is something we are certainly going to make sure we focus on. Correct.
That's a problem across the board.
Yes.
And because utilities are so important, closing down something, or if you can't
Sure. Good question. And I'm going to ask Nick to elaborate a little bit further on that.
Sure. So we have two different tree trimming contracts. So one contractor is having issues getting workers here. We have another contractor who is able to get workers. So they're going to staff up their side to add crews. Actually, the first contractor who did lose some crews, we are seeing some more crews coming in. So we're balancing that, trying to see if they can get more crews, and then sometimes they leave. But we are adding resources from our second contract to help fill that void. The big issue we've got is just for our tree trimming mileage. We're just really behind. It's going to have a hard time catching that as miles trimmed. So what you'll see is over time, we like to cut our trees every 3 years. That's the cycle we're trying to be on. And we've been behind for about 2 years now. So we're probably about a year behind. So we're 4 to 5 year trimming cycle. So what that does is that increases your outages for our customers. So that's why it's important to get that tree trimming caught back up, which we're not this year, but we're going to try to get a goal to keep adding contractors so we can do that. Yes, ma'am. So the problem is these contractors have a certification to cut around power lines. Most of your local contractors or small contractors don't have that certification because it's very expensive to get and it's hard to maintain. And the ones who don't have that certification cannot cut around power lines. So there's lots of tree trimming contractors in Memphis. We've reached out to several of those, and they're really not interested in this type of work because it's very specialized. You have specialized equipment and specialized certifications. But if there is, we did have a local tree trimming contractor for years who did it for us, but he's decided not to continue that work. But we'll continue doing that. We're not giving up. We're trying to get resources wherever we can.
You did have one more about the supplier. We are very intentional on our supplier diversity efforts. We just this year have spent about 36% of our total procurement with MWBE businesses. So if there's a particular entity that is talking to you, if you would send them our way, we'll do everything we can in our power to give them opportunities to participate in our business.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure that the media picked up on the fact that we've been having, armed robberies of our tree trimming crews, not just of MLG&W, but of general tree trimming crews and yard working teams where people are actually going in and taking these saws, which can be sold, I guess, on the black market for $200 to $500. These are $2,000 saws and specialized equipment that we're using. So it's one of the things that I think we as citizens need to look out for. And if you see something that looks weird when you're driving by a tree trimming crew, call the police. I think there are a group of 3 people, at least 3 men that I know of. A tree trimming a friend of mine told me about today. I saw he was in the ER. I called him, and he was there for stress because he's been robbed 5, 6 times, just his crew. And a lot of other crews are being targeted. So this is something I think the administration and police are becoming aware of now. But if there's anything that you guys need as far as security or things that we need to do, I think we need to look into that because we need these trees trimmed. It's really important to keep the power on. So these people who are stealing this equipment, they're hurting everybody that gets power from MLG&W. And there's got to be some sort of organized crime because they're having to take these things and sell them somewhere. They're not selling them in local pawn shops. So these are being trucked out of town. So if you're a citizen and you see a bunch of saws and and equipment being loaded into a truck somewhere, please call the Memphis Police Department. We need to see that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And to that point, our security forces, of course, have been working in conjunction with Memphis and local police authorities around the communities on those. So thank you, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Question that I have is related to the procurement timeline. How much of that is COVID related? Because it seems like this report sort of came out around the time right before things sort of shut down. I don't know what impact, if any, that had on it.
I would say there's some of it. It's not the majority of it. What we have, I mentioned earlier, we at one point did not have sufficient staff, particularly in our contract group. So we worked hard and we have fully staffed that area fairly recently. So I expect an improvement just from the staffing levels. We also are working on automating some of their processes that have been manual. That should speed things along. And it's not just the contracts department themselves, because there's the user area, and we really talk about this contract timeline from the start when a user area requests a contract. For example, the user area says, I need a tree trimming contract. Well, they submit that. They have to write the specifications of what they want exactly. That goes through the process and ultimately gets bid. Bids have to be evaluated, an award declared, then we go to the board, then we go to the council, and then on the back end, there's working out the contract details, the actual contract language, and finalizing everything. And then finally, there's the notice to proceed. So we're attacking all of those different functions to try to eliminate any bottlenecks or any slowdowns along the way. And so I think we're making some progress, but there's more to be done.
Okay. And so following that timeline and help me understand how, if the threshold were different, particularly when it comes to council, because aren't there still statutory requirements of when things have to be bid out? So whether it was at 50,000, whether it was at 500,000, you still have to go before those steps. And it doesn't appear to me that the bottleneck is once it gets to council, it's held up, because if we're talking this 215 days, once it gets to council, that might be at day 200, but the day 1 through 200 seems to be where the backup, not once it gets to council and based upon that threshold.
So when we get to the board and the council, so you can essentially say, because we will not have our release for construction or whatever, notice to proceed until the council minutes are approved. So there's really about a 30-day piece of the action that's the council's process. So, but realize that comes after the bid. So let's just say in a typical arrangement, it may take 60 days to get all the specifications and so on prior to issuing the bid. Then we'll have the bid out for 2 to 3 weeks typically. The bids come back, they have to be evaluated by the user area and so on, go through our supplier diversity compliance review, et cetera. So the bidder will be holding their bid from that point all the way until the notice to proceed, which includes roughly that 30-day council period. So again, we're just looking for any opportunity that we can to streamline that process. We do have anecdotal evidence from bidders that they can't or don't want to hold their bid, for as long as our process takes. So, we're trying to look at every possibility to streamline and improve our processes. And, there is about a 30-day time frame typically with the council approval.
Okay, but if we're still at 215, 30 days is roughly 15% of that time. We're still talking about 85%. 85% of the time, it's not even within the council's purview.
Yeah, and I do want to mention too, Councilman, one of the things that to remember is that now we have a lot of what we don't know is what we may not know is what we're not getting because of the process. So we do have, they're not aware of the 215 and they're not aware of that, but bidders who are aware of the lengthy process that it takes sometimes opt not to participate. So we sometimes, especially some of our smaller, vendors. And so sometimes we don't even get some of the opportunity that we have, and that contributes sometimes to us not getting as many bids as we'd like to get. So the point is, I think that's really important is we do ask and look for the budget approval. So what we try to do is make sure we budget appropriately, and would love to be able to say that we can do this in a better way, bring budget, bring routine, however often this body wants it, report outs on what's going on. But certainly once this body approves our budget, if we operate within that budget, we think that that's an opportunity for us to be able to say to our vendors, hey, we've got the ability to move forward. We just did a proactive vendor conference a few weeks ago, and we'd like to be able to say to them, we now have a more streamlined process to move forward. So we just think it would help overall. It's certainly an opportunity. We want to work together and come up with something amicable. And have more details on that because we've got some data that I think will help maybe this body to make some decisions around that, and we'll bring that to you as well.
Okay, thank you. One point that I still, when we're having a conversation about MLG&W, I always go back to the fact that we happen to be a city that happens to own a utility. And when we look at that compensation study and it talks about what the market is, this is one employer. We don't have one individual employee does not make a market. So my statement would be, I always make this statement. The city of Green Bay owns the Green Bay Packers. You're not paying Aaron Rodgers what a policeman makes because that's the NFL compared to municipal government. So was this compensation study, you talked about the market being the local market, but how does it compare to the energy market, energy employers? If this was, I just got back from Houston this past weekend. If we were talking Houston, then that's a market. But from the standpoint, we have to pay what the energy sector pays, not what city government or teacher or police officer pays. So if you could talk to me and elaborate on that, please.
So when Korn Ferry look at the market, they're looking globally. This is a global company, and this is one of their areas of expertise. So they're looking at global companies. They're looking at U.S. companies as well. That's one part of what they're looking at. And then they can drill down farther. They look at utility companies as well. So it's overall from a global standpoint, looking at various industries, food industry, utility industries, private sector, public sector. That's what make up the market. And then again, they drill down and gave us some comparison information from a utility company as well.
Well, yeah, but so I'm reading this, and this Korn Ferry. So when I look at this, majority of employees are paid either at or above market. You're saying, this is not just Memphis, because my point is that Memphis, we know that we have the highest poverty rate. So if we just compared it to Memphis, MLG&W is going to be way higher than everybody else. So I just want to know that we're having what the industry dictates these salaries are compared to just Memphis.
Industry.
Okay,
yes.
Gotcha.
All companies, all industries.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. This is the chairman's prerogative. Our meeting should have ended at 1:45. I'm going to take some of Councilman Canale's time, and I'm going to get you in. We're going to cut off at 2 o'clock. If we don't get to the natural gas price increase, will you bring that back in 2 weeks?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. We'll be here, so we want you to be here too.
And that information is included in your packet too. You can reference it. So.
Right, thank you. And we have 2 other council people who want to ask questions, and we're council members. We're closing out at 2 o'clock. Councilwoman Johnson and then Smiley.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, President Young, for being here. What would you like to say to the general public when they always are calling me about long lines for customer service, and when they call in, they're waiting? I'm number 150. You're the next person 150. How would you like to address that and reassure them that you're not planning on making any increases in their utility bills?
Yeah, so good question. As I think I mentioned earlier, Councilwoman, one of the things, and Jim, if you want to come up and address the customer service piece in more detail, it'd be great. I would like the customers to know that we are doing all we can to make sure that we are making the process easier for them to do business with us. We are having the challenges, like many businesses are, to meet their needs, and we're trying to be diligent about that. My apologies go to any customer who has found themselves in a situation where they could not reach us for some reason or the other. So I say that directly to them. We do not have any plans for any rate increases following what you all have already approved through about, as far out as we've gone into budget 26, 2025, 2026. We do have the last of the small increase that was projected goes into effect in January, but we don't have any other rate increases planned. I don't know the future. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't guarantee what's going to happen, but I know we're going to do all we can to make sure we keep our cost manageable so that it can be affordable for our customers. We're doing all we can for that. But Jim, if you want to address the lines or any other aspects of customer service.
Sure. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for having us today. We are facing a little bit of a staffing shortage in the call center, much as companies all over the community and the country are having trouble hiring people. We're having trouble hiring people. We are trying to presently hire 34 service advisors for the call center. We've hired all that we could internally from other positions, and now we're looking externally. 150 calls in front of you, that sounds daunting, but when you have 80 people answering the phone, that may not translate into that long a wait. In the interest of making it faster and easier for customers to do business with us, we have moved more and more features to self-service options so that you can, through the telephone IVR without needing to talk to a customer service representative, or going online or using an app on your mobile device. So about half of our transactions are handled through self-service options like that. Customers never have to talk to us directly. They can set up a payment arrangement, for example. They can turn off service or transfer service, things like that, by reaching out to us through these automated channels. That, however, leaves the more complicated transactions to the live agents to handle. So those take a little longer. We've also seen a big increase in the use of chat. So the service advisors who work the phones also handle our online chat, and those always take a little longer. So we have a combination of things, and trying to move more to self-service, it leaves our employees handling the longer, more complicated transactions, and we are, quite frankly, a little short-staffed at the moment. I echo President Young, it is never our desire to provide poor service, and for any customer who's not had a good experience with us lately, I ask for them to accept our apology for that. That's not our desire, and to have some patience with us as we try to get staff back up in our call center.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, Councilman Smiley, close us out. You got 2 o'clock. You got what?
3 closes.
Okay. He said he needs at least a couple of your minutes.
He's used a couple of mine?
He will.
Who is?
No, 30 seconds.
Jones?
Yeah.
You can go first, because I want to close.
Okay, thank you. My quick thing is that we might need to talk about this. Ms. Johnson asked about your utility bill going up. We have no control of the natural gas component of it. So we might not have a rate increase, but if the cost of natural gas goes up, your bill is going up. And MLG&W has no control over that. Price of natural gas, there's a graph in here that talks about the spike in natural gas prices. That's going to have an impact on your bill, whether we raise rates or not. And I think that needs to be understood.
That's a clear point. That's a good point. And it's a roughly 20 to 30% guesstimate around wholesale gas price increases. And that's not just here, that's everywhere. And so people, I think, should be aware of that. Good point. Thank you.
So we will be bringing that back in 2 weeks, and stay tuned for all our community. They'll be listening.
Okay.
Close us out.
All right. So two points. The first point, I guess, is a constituent concern. A young lady walked up to me in the Glenview Community Center, and she expressed concern as relates to how the way in which we're cutting trees in the Glenview neighborhood. If you know anything about Glenview, historically an older community, and the concern was the way in which we are cutting trees are causing the trees to, I guess, rot faster and causing those trees to start to drop down on some of the properties. I'm not sure what the selection process is for selecting contractors. I want to make sure we're exercising due diligence, making sure we're selecting the best. Our communities deserve the best as much as our resources can pay for. So just making sure that, you know, we're not sending anyone out to just cut these trees, because the folks in the community are really concerned and they're really active and they pay close attention to how we go about this process. So I want to make sure I voice that complaint on the record and making sure we do everything we can to bring the best. Our communities deserve the best. The second thing, my lights went out again. And not just my lights, some of my colleagues' lights, folks across the city. So I think back in January of 2019, I amended a resolution that was proffered by former Councilman Conrad so we can usher in the rate increase so that we can have those infrastructure improvements. What I would like to see, and I told you it was going to come back from 2 weeks anyway, I would like for you all to come back in 2 weeks to present to this body where we are in terms of improvements for infrastructure. Because at some point, we have to get to the point where when wind blows or we get a little sprinkle of rain, our lights are not going out. And I think Councilman Jones pointed to the map, said the majority of folks who have this aging infrastructure resides in Super District 8. And, you know, as a council member who's truly concerned about the people and what's best for the people, I can't sit back and allow or not say anything. So I would love for you all to come back in 2 weeks and just kind of give us an update.
We'll do
and
that.
I think Councilwoman Robinson's lights went out as well.
They know.
shaded mean? That is a suggestion that a future land use be industrial, light industrial in nature. Number two thing we look at, now that map is not the be all and end all. We look also at adjacent land uses and zoning. So here, the parcel in question is in yellow, and to the west, to the left, we see existing EMP zoning. That is the desired zoning, light industrial, with this application. And then to the right, we see effective industrial rezonings approved by the City Council over a course of several decades. Those are identified in blue, and those are industrial plan developments. So with that, Mr. Chairman, staff did find it to be consistent with the Memphis 3.0 plan, and we, as well as the Land Use Control Board, recommend approval.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brittenham, would you like to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, sir. Dedrick Brittenham. My address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229, zip code 38116. I have my client here, Mr. James Hanna, right here, and Mr. Marty Lipinski is going to speak about the road conditions and improvements in a moment. I've handed out to you a paper copy of a presentation that we prepared for the Land Use Control Board. As you can see on the screen, this is the first slide. And as Mr. Whitehead said, this is an employment zone that we're seeking for this particular site. You are familiar with TPA. It is a development company out of Atlanta, Georgia, and they've had several projects here in Memphis, and the City Council has been involved with approving those projects in the past. Moving on to the next slide, the 3.0 plan. The 3.0 plan is on slide. Yes, that's the slide. That's the 3.0 plan, and as you shall see, in this particular area, it is gray, which means industrial or employment zoning recommendation. Moving on, Mr. Whitehead discussed the vicinity map earlier. The next slide shows you the existing employment facilities in the area. The next slide, please. Yes, those are the existing employment facilities in the area, employing thousands of people. And I found out something recently that this city council district surrounding the airport has the highest concentration of jobs than anywhere else in Shelby County. Moving straight on through, and I will go to the good high quality jobs slide, please. One more. Back the other way, yes. There you go. I just wanted to reiterate, this will generate some 1,000 or 3,000 jobs, and the estimated City of Memphis annual tax creation is about $330,000. The estimated Shelby County tax creation is $420,000. Estimated total property tax creation is $750,000 per year. And the next slide is these are pictures of the current road conditions at Holmes Road, and Mr. Marty Lipinski is here to discuss the road conditions. And what we'd like to emphasize to the council is we'd like to see Holmes Road improved from Tullahoma all the way to Airways, and improve Tullahoma from Holmes Road to State Line Road. We'd like to get your assistance to have these projects moved up in priority. Thank you.
Yes.
Marty Lipinski.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Martin Lipinski, 774 East Snowden Circle, Memphis, Tennessee. As far as this project goes, it is located within the Holmes Road Logistics Corridor. This is probably the premier logistics corridor in our community. And as you probably are aware, logistics and distribution is the #1 employer in Memphis, Shelby County. 11% of all jobs in our area are in that particular sector. So logistics is very, very important. Holmes Road is improved from Tullahoma to the east. A new section is being completed or is being planned to connect with Lamar. As you know, Lamar is also being improved. So this will kind of make the network where we can really handle the anticipated growth in truck traffic, which means more jobs. As far as Tullahoma goes, as the slide deck showed, there's development not only in our site, but in development to the site across the road to the east. By making this a fully developed 3-lane section, we can provide improved safety and better access to all properties and to all property owners along that roadway. Getting trucks out of the road into the left turn lane is a very, very important safety benefit. As far as the section of Holmes Road continuing to the west to Airways, actually the Memphis Major Roads Committee, which I'm a member of, has identified that particular segment as an important segment, and also to complete the total network and to connect with I-55 to allow all this logistics traffic that is growing and flowing in our neighborhood to be done in an efficient manner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Colleagues, any questions? Councilman Ford Sr.
Turning lane.
Yes, there would be a permanent turning lane, 1 lane in each direction, and a turning lane or a storage lane to store the trucks that are waiting to make left turns in and out of the industrial developments.
And that will be from Tullahoma to where?
State line.
To state line.
Yes, sir.
What about Holmes Road?
Holmes Road would be a continuation. I believe it's called for a continuation of the existing cross-section to the west, which is, I believe, a 7-lane cross-section. I'm not sure if the plans are a 7-lane or a 5-lane cross-section.
Tullahoma. Right?
Well, it is improved from Tullahoma to the east. This would be going to the west.
I thought I heard you said to Airways.
Yes.
Yes, that is the desire. And as I understand it from Mr. Lipinski, that there are plans underway right now to improve Holmes Road from Tullahoma to Airways. Is that correct?
Yes. Actually, all the way to I-55.
I'm asking that because there's development already from Airways going toward Tullahoma, okay? Yes, and that's warehouse.
Yes, sir.
Okay? That's why I have from there to there, because you mentioned one thing and you mentioned another, okay?
Yes.
Oh,
I just want to make certain, okay? Go ahead.
I will add that right-of-way acquisition is taking place right now as we speak from Tullahoma to Airways. And matter of fact, Mr. Hanna has been involved with the acquisition people in donating or developing the right-of-way for the development that they have on the corner of Airways and Holmes.
Okay, I'm good.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, what are we voting on today? Just reclassification? That's all.
Zoning, yes, ma'am.
The zoning for
From
the 80
agriculture to unemployment, correct?
None of the street improvements are included in this. Correct?
Mr. Administrator?
That is correct. And this is on first reading, so technically you'll be voting on the zoning district reclassification in 4 weeks on third reading.
No more questions?
Again, goes back to the road, okay? I don't care what's going on. Road is more important to me because there are more deaths on that strip, okay? Understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to keep burying people, okay?
Yes, sir.
Holmes Road has always been a death trap, okay?
Yes, sir.
For a lot of people. Earlier today, I was making sure that they didn't move money, okay? We had moved east, which I didn't care about east because I'm on west side, okay? And I just want to make sure no matter what everybody's doing, I want them to look at the road too, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's more important to me than you building a warehouse or anything else. Leave well enough alone if you're not gonna do something with the street. That's just like Tullahoma. People live on Tullahoma, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's important to me, okay? That's why I mentioned 3, you got a turning lane. Deal with that, okay? I don't want you to be a nun if you're not gonna make sure that, hey, these people that's out here, because I don't want them to have accidents and all the rest of the different things. So, we may be on one thing today, but all of that needs to be put together. Understood?
Yes, sir. And if I could comment, Mr. Chairman, what we'd like to do is gain support from the city council with the state government in moving the improvements of Holmes Road and Tullahoma Road up on the priority list at the state level. That's what needs to happen for Holmes Road to be improved at a quicker pace. It has to be moved up on the priority list with the state. So we'd like to get the city councils. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're on the same page. Perhaps a resolution at the appropriate time in support of moving the priority up would be in order, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending item number 4 downstairs with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any noes? That item passes. Colleagues, item number 3, SUP 21-17, 2531 North Watkins Street, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it.
Chair.
Moved by Carlisle. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'll wait.
I need a second.
Second.
Second by Warren.
Okay. Can I speak? Chair, I ask that we hold this for 2 weeks, just so I can have time to communicate with whomever it is, since it's in a major part of my district.
Any opposed? Without objection, we hold item number 3 for 2 weeks.
No objection.
All right. Item 3 will be held. We will see you in 2 weeks. Please get with Councilwoman Easter Thomas before you come back on November 2nd.
Okay, so it's the one that's scheduled for downstairs.
Colleagues, that takes us through our items. On the main agenda tonight, items 31 through 39 are all building code ordinances that are up for third reading. We're getting close to starting executive, but Director John Zena is here to answer any questions should you have any. No questions. All right, colleagues. Well, when we vote on these items 32 through 39 downstairs, you may ask Director John Zena your questions at that time. Any other business for planning and zoning?
I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't see my hand, I don't think, Chair.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure you're saying that there was some cases that were going to come up, but they're being held until the next one.
Just the honorary street name change has been held. Item number 2 has been withdrawn. They have pulled that application.
Okay. Thank you.
And item 3 is held for 2 weeks so they can talk to Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the district rep, for that item. Any other business?
And I just
Councilwoman Robbins.
Yes, I just want to make sure that council is aware that we just approved to pull the item downstairs for District 3, and that's the property that's behind
Afternoon, everybody. Today is October 19th, 2021. This is the Memphis City Council Executive Committee. Let's go and get started with a roll call.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Councilman Jones. Here. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Vice Chairwoman Swearingen.
Present.
And Chairman Colvett.
Thank you very much. Chair observes a quorum. Couple things on our agenda. First things first, I want to thank staff. And colleagues, if you do not take the time to thank your staff, they were very kind.
Oh.
It was Boss's Day. And I am proud to report that thanks to that, there will be an intense post-game analysis in the chairman's office after the meeting. Again, thank you to staff. We are truly blessed. I've said it 100 times. I'll say it another 100 times. Guys, we have some of the best folks here and some of the best talent. And so we'll just leave it at this. Y'all make what feels impossible sometimes possible. Thank you. All right, moving forward also, it's great to see the pink here. We'll talk about that more in council, but let's go ahead and run right at our business. This is a resolution for the Memphis City Council establishing the 2022 Redistricting Ad Hoc Committee, all council districts, sponsored by Council Lady Easter Thomas. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, do you all still have a copy of this from earlier?
We're getting it right now.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Colleagues, I'm presenting to you a simple proposal for transparency and citizen engagement with a once-in-a-decade process for most of us. Census data is back, and that means that it is time for redistricting. This resolution that you received, that we held from 2 council meetings ago, will establish a committee of the whole, joined by, of course, our council attorney, Alan Wade, and liaison from the Shelby County Election Commission to publicly show the redrawing of these city council maps. The setup of this committee will be a committee of the whole, meeting to work towards a submission date that leaves ample time enough for revision. Seeing that the members of this council, as said many times before, value transparency, I would hope that you join me in support of this effort, and any commentary and questions are welcome, and I hope that our council, Alan Wade, would also add his commentary on this as well.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get I assume it's been moved. Let's go ahead and get a second. Been properly seconded by Councilman Smiley. Okay. Okay, cool. So I have a motion, a proper second. Councilor Wade, you have the floor.
Thank you. I don't think I've seen what you're talking about.
It's the same
and
one.
I guess the devil's in the details. So.
No devils here.
Not in the room today. They've been emailing us though.
Bada bing.
Okay, so I don't think, I'll give you my comments, and I hope we have a little time to just talk about it generally. But I think this is pretty consistent with what we've always done. We basically allow me to make a proposal, a presentation to you, and then the committee of the whole basically is this body determines whether to accept it, make revisions, or whatever. At that time, it comes to you in the form of an ordinance. That ordinance is read for the first time, and then I think we have, a lot of times, I don't think you've seen my report, a report that I've done in the past, but that report is very detailed. It basically has a map of each council district. That map is in color. It contains each ward and precinct within a council district. And attached to that is a tabular sheet that shows the total population in each of those wards and precincts. It shows the white population, the black population, and the other population. And I think there's been some confusion about the information we get from the state, which has Hispanic, but Hispanic is not a race. You can have Hispanic black, Hispanic white, Hispanic purple, whatever they are. The only three categories that count are black, white, and other. And so you get that number for each of those precincts, and that is repeated for all 7 single districts. And then you have 2 maps, one for 8 and one for 9. And you have all of the precincts listed on the back of each one. And generally, what happens is that once we determine where we are baseline, then I consult with each of the district council members that are affected. And I'll just explain that in a minute. The reason for that is because District 7 has been elected to represent District 7, but has not been elected to represent District 6. So each particular district council member has unique information and perspective about what their constituents want. So when we start talking about moving a precinct or whatever, you want to at least defer to the district council member to get their input before we come to the body as a whole. Now, incidentally, I have preliminarily met with District 1, District 2, District 3, District 5, District 6. I have not met with 4 or 7 yet.
Would you say about 4 and 7?
I have not met with you personally.
Okay.
All right. And I'll explain the impact on you in a second. And so then we kind of get a general sense of what the lay of the land is for their district and what they may be, their constituents, you know, how cohesive that district is. Generally speaking, I've done this in '95 for the first time when we created the current system, and I redistricted then. That was approved by the federal court. It was approved in a referendum by the people. We again redistricted in 2000. I did it, and I did it at that time with help from OPD. They used to get the information. And then again in 2011, for that election, I did it, but I did it that time without OPD because I could get the information direct from the state. And then the next one was 2015, when the South Cordova, Windike, Southwind, Eads, Rocky Point, all those areas those annexations became operative right before the election in 15. So I had to do that one. And then now, based on this census, I'll be doing the 20. The interesting thing about our districts that are different from the county actually redistricted for the first time under their current system in 2011. That was spearheaded by Terry Rowland. And at that time, I don't think any of those commissioners are still on the county commission. They are unlike us. They don't have any internal person to really spearhead this for them. They went to this open process kind of thing because I guess they felt they had to or whatever, but it's not really a model that lends itself to efficiency and being able to really, I mean, it's basically bean counting. And so when you have an open process at the infancy of the process, you got people watching you count beans, basically. It doesn't really hit the table for legislative consumption until you have an ordinance that's before you. And then we can start talking about how you move pieces and whatever. We've got a lot of emails, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But essentially, because our districts were done properly at the beginning, we followed all of the rules. You hear a lot of things about the Supreme Court's allowing gerrymandering, and you see districts that got snakes and all this kind of thing, and you got these emails talking about backroom politics. That ain't us, okay? The backroom stuff happens at the state level. They are not subject to the Open Meetings Act. They get in, the Republicans in power, they draw the lines, say, here we go. Democrats are in power, they drew the lines, here we go. Ours is an open process. You know, you guys, I don't let you talk with each other about any of this. You talk to me. I distill it all and then present something on the table. I know how all the moving parts move. And so when you ask questions, you'll get a report that'll probably answer every question you ever want to know about it. But if there are questions, then we delve into that. And there have been some exceptions where we moved a few things that I hadn't recommended, but that's rare. So for your information, I'll give you kind of a preliminary rundown. We have the comptroller's office has reached out to me and provided me access to their internal database. They don't allow anyone to have access to that database. They guard who they allow to do so, and they require people to be trained on how to use it. They are concerned because a lot of times when you take their database and if you save stuff on top of their stuff, it screws up all their numbers. So anybody that they allow to have access has to be trained to do this. We had a brief conversation with their mapping people, and they were sufficiently, I don't know what the word is, but they were sufficiently satisfied with my expertise that they waived the training for me, and so I'm able to do whatever I need to do in a very quick fashion. The county is using this process, but they're using outside consultants at a cost, I think, of about $75,000. I don't think they're very close to being completed. I think, assuming that we can get the raw data, correct raw data from the state, and I think there may be some errors in what they've given us that we have discovered, that it wouldn't take us any time to really wrap ours up. I think the perception is that this is some big thing where we're going to be moving people all over the place, because we follow the rules of compactness, cohesiveness, all of the things that the constitutional requirement mandates. We don't have to make a lot of changes because we have maintained our system in a very robust and secure, consistent way. So the core of every district is probably the same as it was in 2000. It hasn't changed, and it won't change. Where you make the changes are on the peripheries where they're contiguous to another district. If another district needs population, you may move one or two precincts into that. So the last one we did in 15, I think the number of precincts we moved was 5. When we did the census in 2011, we may have moved more, closer to 15 maybe. And that's out of a total of 170. So that just goes to show you, I think this whole concern about people being displaced is kind of it's a perception, but the reality is not that. We are able, we've tried to maintain numerical equality, so these districts are pretty much population-wise almost equal. And the reason that that's important, so when you have a de-annexation or an annexation or a change in population, you don't have to move much, because the deviation you're allowed is 5% above the average or 5% below the average. Presently, and I'll go through our present numbers in a minute, but presently we have 4 districts that are under that deviation number, meaning they're more than 5% below or above. And then correspondingly, you have some districts that have more than 5%. So equalizing those things, but they're not very much different where you got to move. Our precincts are so large, you could move one precinct and correct the imbalance. And I'll go through where we are today. So my only concern is that I be given some latitude to try to get my hands around this thing and make a presentation to you and a proposal to you. At that point, I think the committee of the whole process that Councilwoman Easter Thomas wants to kick in should kick in at that point. In the meantime, I think I've got to be able to manage a whole bunch of moving parts and kind of pull this together. Otherwise, it'll get unwieldy, and that's just my view of it. Presently, our population declined about 16,000 people from 2010. The changes, just conceptually speaking, have followed a pattern from 2010. In 2010, we saw a movement of population from the westernmost districts, which are 7, 6, and 4, eastward. That trend has continued into the 2020 census numbers. Right now, District 1 has gained population. District 2, due to the de-annexation of Southwind, Cordova, and all of those areas, has declined in population. District 3 gained the most population of any district. District 4 lost the most population of any district. District 5, as usual, stayed constant, and it has been constant for 2.5 decades. That population has remained the same. District 6, for the second census in a row, lost population. And District 7, for the second census in a row, has lost population. The two super districts are fairly, when you talk about 16,000 out of 633,000 people, that deviation is less than 2%. So there is not a whole lot of impact on the super district council members because you're still fairly even, and you still have your same core electorate that put you in office that you had before. So the concern that some of the emails wrote that we would be making changes that would impact them is not entirely accurate. For example, districts 4, 6, and 7, and 2 will not have any of their current population moved anywhere else because they need population. So these changes won't impact them one iota. The districts that have more population than is required, 1, 3, and 5, they will see some movement on the edges, but not in the core. So that's a big picture of what we're looking at. And so I think the perception is that this is going to be some impactful process. I think people are going to be disappointed. It's going to be kind of boring, more routine than it always has been. I've looked at, and, this other comment that, what did they say? That this allows leaders the opportunity to pick their voters rather than voters choosing their leaders. Well, if I'm not mistaken, every one of you were chosen by the voters. The voters picked you, right? So, I don't understand this comment. The other thing is, the misunderstanding is that I'm counting not voters, I'm counting people. And these people may be 10 years old, 11 years old. They may not be voters at all. In fact, about half of every district of population are registered voters. The other half are not. And some of them may be eligible, but they are not, okay? So it's not, I don't even focus on voters, okay? Now, that's a secondary thing that I give you information about so you know it. But it seems like the people that want to be sitting in your position should be chasing those voters that aren't registered, not the ones that are. I think that's kind of where that comes down. Interestingly, there was one lady that proves my point, that she wrote an email. I think she sent it to Councilwoman Robinson. She lives in the Riverdale Plaza Apartments, and that is in precinct 8107 in District 2. And interestingly, that precinct is right in the middle of District 2. So her concern is that you're going to make a decision that impacts her. We ain't moving her. That district ain't going nowhere. And it hadn't gone anywhere in 2.5 decades. So somebody's stirring up this pot about people thinking they're going to be impacted, and the reality is to the contrary. This lady ain't going to be impacted at all. She can go to bed at night and say, well, I'm going to be where I was when this is all over. And that's going to be the case for most people. So we also made a list of all of the emails that we received. It was some 100 emails. So we've looked at 45 of the people that sent them in. Most of these people, some of them are from New Jersey. There's some from Bartlett. There's some from, where was the other person? Some of them aren't even registered. There's a Millington. Most of them are from District 5. One was from District 7, only one. 3 was from District 6. And I only see 2 from District 4. And those are the districts that are going to have the inflow of population, and none of the existing people are going to be affected. So I don't think, I just wanted you to have a sense of what's involved. And so I don't have a problem having a committee of the whole. I think it's what we've historically done. I just think from our perspective as a city council, we don't have an election until 2023. And so I want to talk about the timing of what we do versus what the county commission is doing. The county commission has to have theirs done by November 8th. I'd be surprised if they do it, but they do have to meet that deadline. The election commission understands, though, that there's a conundrum here. People have to pull petitions to run, and that's why they need those boundaries by November 8th. The problem with that is the General Assembly won't finish the actual makeup of each of the precincts until late January or early February. And what they do is they move census blocks around, so the numbers in a precinct may be 1,000 today, but it may be 1,500 in February, which changes all of the numbers, right? So the problem is the Election Commission understands that people will pull a petition in November, but if those numbers change at the state level, the county's going to have to redo it, and people that maybe have thought they were running in one district may be running in another district. So we don't have that problem. So absent someone from this body resigning before December 31, we don't have the same deadline as the county does. So that's why I'm saying we should wait to do any kind of community whatever until such time as we have better numbers from the state in February. That's kind of where we are. So technically, from our standpoint, after the general county election in August of 2022, anytime after that, I think we could adopt our ordinance. Now, I'm prepared to present for first reading an ordinance to the extent that we need to do so. If somebody resigns or something happens and we have to have a replacement run in August 22, at that point, we can put our current position on the table and then work hastily to get it done. But absent that, I don't know there's any reason for us to be trying to race to breakneck speed to try to get something done when we don't have to. So I think we can be fairly deliberate. Give me an opportunity to give you a very thorough presentation and report, and then we can invite the public and anybody else that wants to participate, and you'll have at least 18 months to have community engagement at that point. So that's kind of where I am on it.
All right. Thank you very much, Counselor. We'll go to the queue. So I'll just be kind of cognizant of our time. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wade, your institutional and historical knowledge is unparalleled on this. But one thing that I would offer, though, is that the last time that this was done, there was not a single person on here that participated in it, because that was prior to the 2015 election, correct?
It was prior to the 2015 election, and there were no objections from the community about it at all.
Right. So, I guess the point that I'm making too, though, is I don't think that no council can bind a future council. And so if that was approved by a previous council, I think that I don't see us being under any obligation to continue what has been the practice of previous councils. It's still at our discretion.
Yes, yes, sir.
I would though, as I think that we are all equals up here, but for a past process to only consider the 7 single-member districts, that excludes a certain amount. So if for no other reason that I see us going to a different way of looking at things, a little bit different, is to take into account the super district members, because we can say that they're not directly impacted. However, our districts are, for mine, 3, 4, 6, and 7 along those lines.
I think you misunderstood me. Okay. I said out of deference to the districts who those people elected them only, right? So I said out of deference to them, the initial interaction will be with them, but ultimately everybody's going to participate. Okay, so they know their district because they were the ones that the people voted for. Now, they voted for you as well as the super district, but from a multitude of districts. But they understand their district, and that's why I like to have their input initially, but ultimately everybody's going to participate. But
I still would offer, though, Mr. Wade, though, because I have to campaign in 3 just like Ms. Robinson does. I have to campaign in 4 just like Ms. Swearingen does. So, and along the same lines, Mr. Canale has to campaign in 5 and in 2.
And I'm not excluding you. If you want to be part of it, I'll sit down with you too.
Right. So, well, I would say that for all super district members, but From what I've heard, though, it seems like once the ordinance, under past practice, once the ordinance is presented before the council, all of the ingredients have already been baked in there, as opposed to because
not really.
well,
not really,
okay.
Because you'll see all of the components are there, right? And so you say, well, what if we move this one instead of this one? So we start playing with it at that point, okay? But you can't start moving pieces until you got the pieces on the table. So you're talking about the chicken and the egg. I got to put the pieces on the table, and then it's open. If y'all want to do radically, flip it upside down, go counterclockwise, go clockwise, do all kind of different things, that's up to you, okay? I'm just putting a piece together, a puzzle together, and giving it to you, and it may be put together, but it can be unput together and redone.
Okay, but I think that if we have, going back to this committee of the whole, and I think the spirit of this is to say that once we have it in ordinance form, it has been more than just you're consulting with the individual council members. It's been a more transparent process by the time it makes it to an ordinance. I think that if
So how do you do
I can't,
that?
well, I was about to say I can't speak for Ms. Zisa Thomas on this, but I don't see, and I wasn't here in 2010 or 2015 to comment on that, but I just don't think that has been the way that it has been done, and I think that's the spirit of this, and I would defer to Ms. Zisa Thomas on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Carlisle, you're up, then Ms. Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I have a similar question that Mr. Wade was, how do you actually execute on that? It's a complicated, complex process that I think what I'm hearing is that things are a little bit of a train wreck over on the county side because they lack the institutional knowledge that we are fortunate enough to hear. And I think the second comment I heard is that the state has acknowledged that we're fortunate enough to have the institutional knowledge. And there is a set of guardrails or guidelines anyway that we are required to follow under the consent decree, meaning this isn't the horror stories you hear of North Carolina where people are drawing lines and places and squigglies throughout the state to gerrymander some sort of Republican or Democratic control. That we're one of the most unique situations in the United States in which race takes a very specific role in the process under the consent decree. My question really goes back to the ad hoc committee itself. We're already in committees of the whole. I don't really care whether it's, Frank and executive or personnel and governmental affairs, but we're already committees of the whole. Our readings take 3 readings. They can be held in perpetuity. They can be sent back to committee. So I guess I don't really understand the need for a special committee to do something that this body already is formed to do, meaning through the process, we could just have an executive or personnel and governmental affairs, when necessary, a discussion of redistricting on our committee. The reason the county does it is that their constitution and their body is set up wildly different than ours. They are required to form these ad hoc committees because they are not committees of the whole as we are in certain respects. So I understand why they are set up in ad hoc committees, but I'm not sure it's necessary for us to do it. If it's, well, we want to have longer meetings with the public, you are more than welcome to have neighborhood meetings with council members in your districts to get feedback, but I'm not sure it's necessary to have separate meetings for extended periods of time on a matter in which most of the general public has no way. Let me say it this way. There are not, that I'm aware of, very few data experts that are fully knowledgeable that would be able to have any sort of meaningful feedback other than we really want to make sure this is a fair process and that this is the right thing to do. And other than them hiring their own consultant, I'm not sure any way that we can do that other than to have it heard here on Tuesdays and then through the ordinance process, which takes over 2 months by the time you actually ratify the minutes, if there's not even a delay. So there's almost 2 to 3 months worth of the process itself that has to take place and will be put out in public consumption. And like all ordinances, to Councilor Wade's point, they can be amended. So I guess my 2 big questions is why the need for an additional committee of the whole when we already sit as committees of the whole? And, I see the public input. If you want participation, throw a neighborhood meeting, have them come out and, I'm sure Attorney Wade would love to go down there and explain the process. But it seems like an unnecessary add-on to our to what we're doing here. So those are my comments.
Let me just say one thing. I don't think y'all are different from what you're saying. I mean, ad hoc or committee of the whole, they're the same. I mean, to Councilman Jones, I don't think he's ever seen one of my reports, but it basically, the map shows you what was moved. It has it delineated, and sometimes it has arrows from this one to this one. And they're all sitting there, and you can say, no, I want to move that one instead of that one. I mean, I don't think we know that any of our voters are different than any others. The main issue that we are dealing with is a constitutional right to one man, one vote. Every vote is treated as being equal to every other vote. And that's the standard. And the reason that this is important, that if we have hacks doing it or mess it up and have an election invalidated and have to do it again, these elections cost 1.2 to 1.3 every time you do them. So this is not playtime. This is serious stuff, okay? And so if I'm going to defend it, I like to be able to to understand where we are and advise you if we move that versus that, what the impact is. But these are all interchangeable pieces, and it doesn't require any expertise for you to look at a map and decide, well, I want to move something different than something else. That's your choice. I don't get into those decisions.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Council Wade, for commenting on the resolution, and also Councilman Jones and Councilman Carlisle. So just to make sure it's clear, this is not to be on par with anything that the county has introduced to measure up with what's going on across the street. This is a once-in-a-decade process, and as Councilman Jones iterated, that none of us, except for probably Councilman Ford Sr., has been introduced to or had the opportunity to. And as Councilman Carlisle has said, that the general public does not have any knowledge or expertise in this. And for that point, along with others, and especially in the spirit of transparency, I don't see an issue, and I haven't heard a probable reason or cause to why this cannot be a publicly shown process. This resolution is not asking for folks in the community to become a part of this committee. This resolution is not asking for certain realms of feedback and changes from people outside of this body. This resolution is simply asking for the public showing and transparency of the districts. And as you said, Councilor Wade, if there is not much change to be done, I don't see why it can't be done in this matter. I did note that what you said about it might be boring or certain routine, and that certain areas won't have much latitude or movement based on population, but that still does not support in a way of how we're trying to put out transparency on this council. And this resolution, just want to be clear, it was not made in the form of thinking that there is some sort of gerrymandering going on. That point was not made nor pushed, but this can only further confirm that we are doing our representation job effectively, and that our job is including you as well, Councilor Wade, since you have a major role on that. But I think that waiting until we get the ordinance to then do whatever really circumvents the whole essence of this resolution. Because if you've already done everything before we get it to the public and outside of us, then that's not really the whole spirit of transparency of this. So colleagues, I brought this forward for us to have the chance to allow our public to be involved. And as Councilman Carlisle said, if we want to go have neighborhood meetings we can. However, that does not get to the process of what's being done. The process is different than showing the finished result. And I think that what's been repeated here is asking for, well, we're always open with the finished result, but that's not what this resolution is asking for. This resolution is focused on the process and not the finished result of it, which is what seems to be, is what always is brought for public consumption.
All right, thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
Okay. District 6. Councilor Wade. Yep, I can go back. My district has been affected every time. Every time. I should be the only one having issues. My district, and I'm gonna go back and I got to, I've never really taken praise for doing anything. We do it as a whole because it takes 7 votes. A lot of people want to say, I did, when things happen in a certain area. That's why I said my district is the only district that's been affected. I'll start at the Walmart on Holmes Road. That's my Walmart. Had other council members said it was theirs. That's not true. The links, that was my project. Others said it was theirs. I never said it was mine. I said it was the council's. But others said I did. That's when I was on council before. A lot of these Hope Sixes, those were mine during my times. Okay? You know where I'm coming from, Alan. But when it came down for what Alan is doing, and people really need to understand, like you said, it's 7 districts. I understand where you were going, Councilman Jones, but it does not really affect super districts because you're half of the cities. It's going to affect only districts. My district has been in and out, a winding district. I got some back, I lost some. The next time I got it back and I gained some. I've never been downtown. I'm downtown now. Okay, my district. I go to Madison, hey, I'm City Hall. Never been that way. But my district changes all the time. I got more square footage in space. I don't have the people. People move in and out. I've had council while I was on it because, hey, they called me in, Sis Robinson, I got a piece across the street that I should not even have. But they carved it, messing with District 6. Same thing as what's happening right now is District 6, okay? Ellen, I gotta give you a little praise. Hey, you know how to protect everybody that's on here right now, okay? I'm always losing, I don't care. Because, they can elect me or not elect me, okay? But when they put all these downtown and everything else in here, I still got more votes than the mayor. It's what you do. What you do. It does not matter. Okay, who you put in, who you take out. But we got to kind of look at it too. You want to do it a certain way because if you don't, you may be surprised who you have in the district. Whereas if you run again, it may not happen the way in which you want it to happen. Okay? So we got to look at a lot of different little things. If, a lot of y'all won't be able to run, so it'll be new people. But you still got some that's going to be running. You will. No, I don't plan on running. I don't know. I'll be 70-something years old. That's right. Yeah.
Joe Biden's almost 80.
Well, I tell you, my Coral Lake folks told me they were in their 70s and they told me I better run, but I don't know. But we got to look at it. And I would say we hold this and you talk to the other council members, please, and then we can come back and then everybody can make their own decision on what you want to do. But I don't think this is the right time for us to even move on this until you've had a chance to talk to the super districts and the other districts. When I moved to hold it until that time, we can come back, and if we want to have a ad hoc, we can do this resolution after the fact.
All right, Councilman, let me clarify. Are you looking to hold it to a specific set date, or do you want to table it to just have 7 votes to bring it off the table?
Let's table it.
All right, you want to table? I have a motion to table. Do I have a second?
I respectfully object.
All right, I've got a motion to table, a second by Carlisle. I have objection, so we go under discussion. Councilman Smiley, you recognize.
Perfect timing for me to chime in. I understand the process that Attorney Wade is attempting to go through. I think it's the way that will probably yield the best results. However, I'm in a position, I would love to hear what Councilwoman Easter Thomas, because this is her motion. And, it's the job of this body to, I think I said it 1,000 times, to ultimately bend to the will of the people. Apparently, Councilwoman Easter Thomas has had several conversations with folks concerned. I would love to hear her thoughts on potentially tabling this for at least 2 more weeks, or holding it, because I don't think tabling is appropriate.
Well, just remember, we have a table. All it takes is 7 votes to bring it off to the floor. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you recognize, you wish to share?
Sure, Chair, thank you. I'm mainly objecting to the hold because we've already held it from September. And so this has been in the possession of everyone, including Councilor Wade, for a moment. It also took us a while to be able to even discuss the precursor parameters of this summer. So I know that he says we do have time. It is no rush with this. This has already waited over a month and a half. So that's why I'm objecting for the hold. But in all, I hate to use the term, but in all transparency, the resolution of this is not to say that we're trying to catch anyone in the act of doing something that's unsavory to our political process, and no assumption of that has been made for anyone. However, it's still concerning that a lot of the arguments are really centering around just not wanting to have it open. Everything that has been said is that we're doing it right, we're doing it effectively, we're getting congratulatory messages from the state and others, and folks are recognizing that. And I don't see why we're not allowing this to be an educational piece. We approved, and they just graduated a class from Smiley's civic engagement cohort. And this is also a part of learning the political process that only comes around once in a decade, in which none of us will ever have the chance on the council to do that again. And so just the fact of us having a chance to, yes, maybe come together and not hear, but also having a chance for the public to also join in on that process and watching and seeing how that unfolds, and us not knowing the positive impacts that could come from this. And just to reiterate, this is not a resolution to try to catch anybody up on drawing snakes, even though I got a lot of funny shapes in my district. I don't know what happened 10 years ago, but this is not in an essence to catch anybody in gerrymandering or anything that is unsavory to the political process, but only to give people an option to have that possible impact by being involved and watching and seeing us do our job effectively as you all say we do so well.
So are you suggesting that, are you suggesting that Attorney Wade, Councilman Carlisle's pointing at his watch, so that means I'm talking too much. Are you suggesting that Attorney Wade, I guess, go through his process in a form in which there's more folks in the community involved, I guess, to witness him go through the process and give feedback?
Exactly, which is what this resolution says. Exactly what the resolution says.
Well, Professor Wade.
All right, we have a table we have a table motion. I still have Council Lady Johnson in the queue. Councilor Wade, would you like to address, or?
I'll come back after you.
Council Lady Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. At this point, I'm in support a whole for a minute, being that the complexity that what we're dealing with, we have the time to find out what we're up against. What are our options? If we're asking for transparency, then I need to hear from Attorney Wade. Are you not going to make this transparent to the public? How would you go about doing what you're doing? Because I believe it should be transparent, but I can't believe that you're going to do something like this and not make it transparent. My question also would be, how did we ever come up with the 7 geographical sites that we already have for districts? Can they be changed in their entirety? What's going on with that? So there's a lot of questions I have, and if I have the time to wait and get information, I'd rather do that before I make a decision on which process to go with. I assume Attorney Wade would probably be more professional in this area, but I'm not, just an ad hoc group, depends on who's in that group. But I just propose a whole to give us the time and go from there. And thank you, Chair.
Yeah. I mean, typically what I would do is put a draft ordinance on the table with the supporting documents. I don't have to do an ordinance. I can put a proposal on the table for y'all to consider and then debate in the public and do whatever and then get feedback and then come back and we can finalize. But I don't know, I don't think you can look in my eyes and know what's in my brain. I don't know how transparent I am, but I don't think that's going to work. So, I mean, it's just got to be some function where I can do what I have to do and then let y'all have it and do whatever you want to do with it. Take it into your districts, do whatever. But there's got to be a chicken and an egg. I got to be able to put something on the table.
Pieces on the table first.
For you, yeah. I mean.
Right. We got it. Council Lady, why don't you close us out because we're going to run out of time. And we need to vote on this table.
We got to go downstairs.
I mean, technically, I am past my usual time, but would you like to share or just go to the vote?
What did you just ask? That was in my ear.
Okay, I was saying, we have a table on the floor.
Yeah,
Maybe you're messing up my meeting now. All right, real quick, we're out of time. You have last comment if you want it, but let's just go ahead and vote on the table question. And if it fails, we go back to the main motion. If it passes, we'll bring it up later.
Go ahead and vote on the table.
Very good. I have a motion by Ford, seconded by Carlisle on a motion to table. Seeing no further discussion, assume you're ready to vote. Roll call.
Nally?
Yes.
Carlisle?
Yes.
Easter Thomas?
No.
Ford?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
No.
Logan?
No.
Morgan?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Swearingen?
Abstain.
Miley? Warren?
No.
Colvett?
Yes. That table motion passes. We can bring it back up. Just all I need is a motion, 7 votes to bring it off of the table. All right, colleagues, in the interest of time, because we have exactly 3 minutes to get downstairs, brings us to our holds, items 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 31. So repeating back, 2, 6 through 10, and 31. 2, 6 through 10, and 31 will be held until November 2nd, which is our next meeting. Also, colleagues, items 4, 40, 41, 42, and 43 have been withdrawn. So 4 And then items 40 through 43 have been withdrawn. And those, by the way, are the old ARPA thingies. Thank you very much, Brooke. All right, to our add-ons. Item 50, resolution deployment accept $150,000 from Shelby County Government for the Division of Public Works to fund a feasibility study for the widening of Holmes Road CIP project PW 01087 District 36, Super District 8, sponsored by administration, same night minutes. Item 51, resolution to receive appropriate Home American Rescue Funding Program allocation for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in the amount of $13,545,982 to the FY22 Housing Community Development's Federal Budget Council to 6, Super 8, sponsored administration, same night minutes. Item 52, resolution appropriating the sum of $2 million funded by GO bond chargeable to the FY 2022 capital improvement budget for the South City Project, CIP CD 1030, Council District 6, Super District 8, sponsored administration, same night minutes. Item 53, resolution to pay council FY 22 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Carlisle, request same night minutes. Item 54, resolution to designate